It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Yeah. No fear. No fear here on Declare Your Independence with me, Ernest Hancock. Today's going to be a very excellent show that we're going to take our time and go through with Aircrete Harry. Now, Aircrete Harry, I've been following for, long time, decade. It's been a long time. And I'll give you a little bit of background on him, but this is what we want to do. He was one of the original people that inspired us that you could just experiment and learn new ways of building a home. Now, he was started off in, I think it was New Jersey or New York. It was up, on the East Coast up there. And he started experimenting. He's like, screw this, man, let's go do it. So he moves to Colorado and did it. So he and his wife, got deep into it. We followed him. We learned a lot from him. But he's not married to, he's known as Aircrete Harry, but he's not married to Aircrete. So it's, but he developed a lot of, I could do this a lot better if I had a machine. I could develop another machine, a different technique, a different method, a different way of doing this. But so he has not been afraid to try any and everything. So we're just going, all right. Let's keep track of him. Now there's other people that doing this kind of stuff in the Southwest because the Sonoran Desert here in Arizona, the desert climate is different. It's different. The materials are different. It's different, a bunch of different. And you have different focuses. What about, frost line, or frost level or, frost heave and all these. What? That stuff freezes? Does it freeze for you? Well, it doesn't here. Okay. So, that it's a totally different mindset on a lot of different things. Now, he has been very inspirational on this. Now, what he's done is he's developed a new method of creating shelter really quickly, having it a modular thing. We're going to get into that because we want to talk about that. Now, he also is more, and he's finding out as he does this, it's about community. He'll have a workshop. People will come and learn and help, and he's got supporters, and, we've gone up and got him a dome, and stuff. We, want to learn, and everybody's helping each other. But we kind of went at it a little bit different. We'll have our first real workshops here this coming November between Halloween and Thanksgiving. But we were trying to do it. Can a husband and wife retired in their 60s, do this on their own with a tractor? Need the tractor part and say that. But so there's been people that we've been inspired by. You're slow, and what else am I going to do in my retirement? I'm like, I get to build. And then I build some more, but it has to be something that would last. I can leave it for a year, come back later and start right back up. Stick building, you can't do that. A lot of different polymers and all kinds of, it's always, you're fighting the ultraviolet sun here in Arizona, definitely. So we're going to go back to the beginning with Aircrete Harry. But we can summarize what we're going to talk about right now. So I'm going to have Ari, kind of give us a progression of what he's learned over the years and get into his new project. And in the process, we're going to teach each other. And mostly, I'm sure it's going to go more one way from Harry to me, and to you, because I want to make sure it's occupy the land as a concept, that you need to have your own place, life, liberty, and your freaking mine, not yours property. And you invest into that for living, not too hot, not too cold, not too hungry, not too thirsty, not too windy, not too, unclothed or whatever. I mean, it's basic, fundamental. What do you say you work for? For this, to have a place, to be able to, survive and thrive, or thrival in what's coming. And what about the children? Well, generation next. I mean, we were heavy deep. I out with a couple of my grandsons yesterday, take them, go to the movies. So this is where we want to start. And let's get, a summary on you, Harry. I want you to go ahead and tell why did you even care back in, was it New Jersey? Am I remembering it right?
New York, Brooklyn, New York is where I started.
Brooklyn, New York. So
Yeah.
you're in Brooklyn, New York, dreaming of going Colorado, or wherever you wanted to go, and building, first question, why?
All right. Well, back then when I first started researching Colorado, it was, I guess you could say, from a fear aspect. I was looking. I was at that point in 2015 is when I started looking. Before that, my wife and we were looking for a home. We did a 100-mile radius from my job, and I couldn't find anything that was worth the money they were asking. I just didn't see it. Like, prices were insane. Forget about in the city. It was like $500,000 for like a brownstone. I wasn't interested when I knew you could get a mansion for that price somewhere else. So we looked. We didn't find anything we were happy with. And then I was researching places to go where there weren't any nuclear stations. So at the time I looked online, and I knew the Indian Head nuclear power plant that was like 30 miles from New York City. I knew that was there. I was like, that was always a concern. If something happened, power went out, the whole, Chernobyl, we don't want that again. And so I started researching states that did not have nuclear power plants, and Colorado was one that didn't have at the time. And also I knew from different sources I've seen in the past, like, the government had all kinds of tunnels underground here. We got military bases. And so I figured the government already spent a lot of money to figure Colorado was going to be their second headquarters if something happened. So I said, they've already spent the billions. I'll just jump on that bandwagon. And then when I came out to Colorado, I just fell in love. It was freaking beautiful. The skies, it was like God painted a brand new mural every day. These beautiful skies, and just being the country, mountains, the air, the animals. I fell in love with it. And that was really my first time moving outside of New York State.
So you grew up in Brooklyn? I mean, you're
Yeah.
born and raised New York, and then you go to Colorado?
Yeah, and I wish I'd done it like 20 years earlier. It was so amazing out here. I was like, wow, I could have been living this life instead of being in the city.
I'm hip with you, brother.
Yeah, so that was what started for me. And then after investigating homes to find a place to move to purchase, and that didn't work out, then I started researching alternative building methods, because then I started finding there were plenty of vacant lots in the city, in the 5 boroughs. And so I'd found a lot in Queens, the borough of Queens, and I was interested in purchasing the lot. And so that's when I took my first trip to Phoenix, Arizona for a building workshop on how to build using styrofoam blocks. It was called the, I think it was the Rhino building system. Yeah, Rhino building system. And basically use these big pieces of foam board that you foam glued together, and then you stucco it, and you made a strong shelter. It was like 8 inches thick, 16 feet long, 4 feet tall pieces of foam board that you foam glued, and then you stuccoed them. And so I learned that technique in Arizona in 2015. And then I was going to use that to build a home in Queens, New York, really inexpensively. And then shortly after that, few months after that workshop, I learned about Aircrete. And because the one problem I had with the foam, although we built a structure that was really efficient in that Arizona heat, it was like 110 degrees every day, and we had this little 5,000 BTU air conditioning in this small structure we built, and it was just really amazing how efficient it was. And so, but the issue was when I banged on the walls, it sounded like a drum. And that was something I wasn't used to because I was born and grew up in all the homes I lived in were either cinder block or poured concrete. I never lived in a stick frame home with sheetrock. And so even the project I lived in Brooklyn was built to be a bomb shelter. So they had the lath with the stucco. So everything was all cement and concrete. And so I was used to that type of structure, and that's what I preferred. So when I learned about Aircrete and they were showing Aircrete, cellular cement. Aircrete was just the DIY name for cellular cement. And I said, wow, this is what I rather build with cement than foam board. Because the one issue with foam board in New York City was the suppliers were close to Arizona. In New York, I had to have it shipped. So that was actually the biggest expense, was having foam shipped to New York. Yeah. And so anyway, I learned Aircrete, and I was like, I liked what I was seeing. These big blocks were made insulative. So I bought the Dragon machine, which was Dome Gaia's first foam machine. And so my YouTube channel basically started experimenting with that machine to create what they were claiming could be created with the machine. But long story short on that, it didn't work as advertised. And so it took me weeks or months to figure that out. Like, I kept trying and trying. I was like, this is just not working. So then I started modifying things to make it work. And so that's how my channel started, was showing how the foam dragon, the Dragon machine worked, and proving it didn't. Many people were happy. I saved them the time and money for buying the machine. And so when I got the appreciation from people and emails and comments on the videos, I saw I was really helping people out with my experiments. Obviously the first half saving people money, and then doing experiments other people wanted to do that I was just doing first. So
okay, I got a question real quick.
Yeah.
One, are you still making your Aircrete machine?
Yes.
I want one. I told Donna, get ready to go buy it. Where is she going to get it? Well, I got one. I had one. Yeah, the audience. I had one. I used it. It worked great. Aircrete, hairy, foam making machine for doing Aircrete, a lot of prototypes. But it got damaged. It got burned, in a fire that we had over a year ago on Mother's Day. And I lost that. I'm like, damn it, I needed it. And I'm at the point now that there's some things that you can use it for that I'd like to have it, and I just need to bite the bullet and just get it. And it's not free. He can give me $1 off because he loves me. But, where does, I can tell Donna, get ready, Donna, to go on your site to order one. Where would I go? What do I do?
Yes, exactly. You go to aircreteharry.com.
Aircreteharry.com.
Yeah, and you go to the shop button.
Shop.
And, you just scroll down, you'll see foam generator, 120 volt for America. And we
120 volt America foam generator. Push the button, make it go work. Confirm.
Yeah, and it's plug and play, so it's real easy to use and operate.
Yeah, it is, and it does a good job, and it gives you the volume that you need. And if you can industrialize it a little bit, that'd be good. Experiment on me. But so you started doing Aircrete experiments, and what you would do, all it is they the foam that it makes is done in agriculture. It's just soap. You know, it's like you could use Dawn dish soap or whatever, but they have this FM 160 or something. And I think what it stands for is 160 gallons per one of the something. Anyway, it's FM farm marker. What they want to do is they want to be able to mark their fields, and not destroy anything or something they got to go pick up later or whatever. I guess that's what it's for. And they just use this foam that just sits there, and it's just water and soap, and it just sits on there, and it's a farm marker. It's for crop dusting or whatever the hell that they do. But it's really good. I don't know who came up with it. You can tell us if you know. But they took this and you just mix it in with Portland, and sometimes Portland and maybe a little bit of sand and all kinds of different experimenting, which Harry did for us. So you do this mixing and then you let it solidify, and a square foot block, of pure cement, concrete, it's freaking heavy, man. And then you have if you do it out of Aircrete, I don't know, it's like 40 pounds. I mean, you can pick it up. I've seen big, giant women walking around with big foam blocks, or Aircrete blocks. Then you can mold them, make them different sizes, carve them, do whatever, and it's kind of rasping. You can carve it anything that you want. I mean, it's a really cool material, but it's not really strong in tension. So you gotta, put a lot of fiberglass meshes on it and so on. So that's basically where Aircrete Harry started, was playing with that, and that's when I found them. And we started putting them on Freedom's Phoenix. We were covering it. We're checking it out. And one of the trips that we were going back and forth across the country, Donna and I stopped by his place up in Colorado. So, and then we had a dome that we just gave them that I was getting people to, here, see what you can do with this. So that's how we know each other. So go ahead from there. What did you learn? Where the Aircrete? How far off am I? That's what it was. It was farm marking or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. You pretty much nailed it. They used it to mark the areas, but as you also mentioned, they would also put pesticides in the foaming agent. And the foaming agent that was created was just a really dense, long-lasting foam, which is, I guess, what they needed when they were marking or spreading the pesticides or whatever. But obviously, I never used it for that purpose. I used it because I experimented with different foaming agents, different soaps, and even some commercial foaming agents, because I purchased a commercial foaming machine from Richways, which was a commercial cellular concrete company. And so I in my experiments, after the dragon machine didn't work out, and I did experimenting with that, so let me go ahead and spend the money for, I think I spent like $5,000 or $6,000 for this foaming machine, and I was able to do some experiments with that machine, and I used their commercial foaming agent, and I did a side by side, and I found the FM 160, which was cheaper, was a denser, better foam than this commercial foaming agent I was using. You would have thought the opposite, because it was literally meant to be used with cement. So anyway, the FM worked really good. It was a really dense foam. I got videos showing the density, and I'm doing side-by-side tests with other foaming agents. And so, and we made the cellular concrete with that. But the big thing is
well, Donna just ordered it. Price went up. Inflation. Damn it.
Yeah.
God, it's not $1 billion, but getting it here and shipping and everything, it's under 500. But it's not that much to it. But it does work. It does what I need it to do, and I'm at the stage I need it. So I knew I was going to order it on air with you. Damn it. I'm paying you to come on, man.
Thank you, customer, for the order.
It does what it needs to do, and that's what you need, is somebody like Aircrete Harry to go through and look, man, I need this to do what I need it to do. So what does it do? It takes this machine. I mean, it's not. I mean, you can put it in a suitcase. I mean, it's not that big a deal. But tell us how you built it and what its function is.
The machine was made using PVC tubing is the structure of it, and there's pump inside. There's some valves and things, and some splitters, and so a few little things. It's I made a nice compact design. When designing it, I wanted to make it as compact as possible and still function, well, and be under the price of some other competitors out there. So I was the lowest price with a well-functioning machine, and also included the foot pedal, which made it hands-free, and you had a little more control with the machine opposed to just the on-off switch. And so some of those elements made it really functional. And then the hook that I included in there, it's a simple idea, but other units did not have a hook on it. And now with that hook, you're able to put it on a barrel or on a bucket, or you can hook it anywhere where you need where you can hang it so you can easily work with it. And so so its main function is just to create foam, and that foam is continuous. So the larger your foaming solution barrel is, the more foam you can produce. So there were times that I had a 60-gallon water drum that I would fill with the foaming agent. You see there, the Drexel foaming agent. And
yeah, I still have like 4 gallons of that sitting in storage, so I'm ready.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really concentrate, so it works well. And so you could just see me there just talking about the foam machine. And so that's it. It produces foam, and then here I'm just showing how we weigh the foam to make sure we have the proper density foam, because if it's too heavy means it's too wet, and if it's too light means it's not wet enough. And you want it to be ideally 3 pounds for a 5-gallon bucket. That's the perfect density foam for cellular concrete.
Now, I was going to do this. We have a mixing bucket for our tractor that we mix our concrete and adobe and whatever in, and that we can just go ahead and just time it. We get it all set up and everything like you do with the scales, and then just time 58.5 seconds or whatever into the mixer, and then add the Portland and whatever else we're going to do. Now, what other mixes have you done in the past that you've added a little bit more sand maybe, or some aggregate, or scoria, or so? I mean, have you experimented with that?
Yeah, not the scoria rock, but I've experimented with other things like adding sand to it to make it a denser Aircrete mix. Just actually changing the amount of foam is how you can massively change your Aircrete. The more foam, the lighter; the less foam, the denser. So less foam will give you a stronger Aircrete. But also at the same time, depending on what its purpose is, that's why you would be changing the mix. I would do a denser mix for like a foundation. A slab or something would be better to be denser than the lighter mix you would want to use for your walls, so it's more insulative. But
okay, now that's one thing I was hoping to ask you that very question, because there has been times that you've done slabs or foundations of your domes that you've done various different ones, and you've said that you do Aircrete, maybe a denser one, and then you put regular concrete or cement or something on top of that. How thick does that have to be, and it still hold it like a floor?
Yeah, so in that situation, I was using Aircrete as an insulator from the earth. So I had my concrete ring beam, and the center slab was minimum 6 inches. For my slabs, I ended up just doing 20 inches on some of them because the ground was not level. And so one side of my slab might have been 12 inches deep, and the other side was like 24 inches deep with Aircrete. So I just did Aircrete because I had it and I was going Aircrete crazy. But ideally 6 inches is a good amount of Aircrete to have as an insulative mix to insulate you from the earth, and a minimum of a 1/4 inch of cement slurry, just sand and cement, to cover the floor as a hard coat. Otherwise, if you
How thick?
well, a 1/4 inch thick is all you need as to for a hard coat over your Aircrete.
Yeah.
And you can go up to 2 inches thick if you're doing PEX tubing and you want to have radiant floor heating. But otherwise, I've done a floor that was just about a 1/4 inch thick of a cement slurry I made. Where I used a lot of plasticizer, so it was very wet looking. But so I gained the plasticity of using plasticizer without adding water to gain that plasticity in
Leveling.
the cement, so that it was basically almost a self-leveling mix that I put on top of the Aircrete. Because if you just walked on the Aircrete, it would flake off, turn to dust, and it would wear away. So it doesn't have a good wear surface when you're doing the insulative mix. And so you need a hard coat on there. So that's what I created. I just did a thin coat of sand cement with basalt fiber chop mixed in, and I put that on. And then I did a second thin coat with just sand cement, and that came out like glass on there. It came out really good, and it was super hard because the super plasticizer is your water reducer. And so with cement, a lot of people may not know, the more water you add, the more easy it is to work with, but the less strength you get. So the ideal mix is a dry mix is the ideal mix for cement because it'll gain maximum strength, but a dry mix is hard to work with. So you got to balance it out. So one way to get a mix that's loose but still retains the strength of a dry mix is to use plasticizer, which is a water reducer. It connects the molecules somehow together, and so it allows you to use less water in your cement, and you get a lot of flow. And so it's interesting. I had a cement delivery. I had a cement truck come to pour the ring beams in my foundations, and the driver kept asking after a while if he wanted me to if I wanted him to add more water to the mix. And I said no, and I gave him a little half a cup of this blue liquid, which was a super plasticizer, and he threw it in the mix, and he had never used plasticizer before. So he threw it in and mixed for a few minutes, and when he turned the truck on to pump the cement out, he saw it flowing out so fast that he said to me, it looked like we added 50 gallons of water to the cement. That's how it flowed out after adding that plasticizer. So it's
Is there a brand for that? I mean, I don't want to forget this. I mean,
well,
what is it you suggest?
the brand that I used, and I experimented with many brands. The one I fell upon was Sika 40, I think 4100 or 4700. I forget. It's one of those two numbers.
How do you spell Sika?
It's Sika, and they're the yellow container company. Like when you see their brand at the stores, Home Depot, Lowe's, they're usually a yellow container with red letters, says Sika. And so I use their super plasticide. They have like, I think 5 different types of plasticizers. And what I found, I bought them all and tested them all. And basically, they just give you different levels. So the 4700 was the biggest bang for the buck. And so I didn't get that size. I bought a 5-gallon bucket of it. But yeah, and that lasts such a long time because it takes such a small amount to
Well, how much is it? I mean, is it $1 billion or?
No, for the 5-gallon bucket, I think it was maybe $110, maybe. It's been years since I bought that.
Well, that's stuff that I, definitely want to put. So here you go, something like this.
Yeah, so that's it right there. Oh no, that's the latex. That's not the.
Okay, which one?
Oh, it says it's the super plasticizer. The Sika. Oh, put 4700 after plasticizer or before. Yeah.
Set control.
So that's great because I was able to make my own self-leveling cement, which if anyone has purchased that stuff before, it's pretty expensive to buy the commercial self-leveling mix. So I found using a
Well,
very
this is why I
fine
wanted to
sand.
bring this up and us talk about it, because I have a use case for it, and I want to make sure I get the right stuff. So 4,700, you know, I should just put up here 4,700, I guess. 47. See, this stuff, yeah, audience, you can get over it because this is for me. And you guys can benefit from it. The, well, is this it? Does that look familiar?
No, no, that's a different. I can't tell there.
Well, I'm looking for which one is the 4,700. It didn't come
Let me
up.
see if I can pull it up on my side here.
That's right. Cracking is expensive.
All right, Vistocrete, 4,100. Okay, I'll link it right now.
Okay, it's 4,100.
Yeah, I knew it was either 41 or 47.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can get it in.
5-gallon version.
I know what gets them.
Um,
First word is buy. I wish to buy. Boom. It'll come all over it. I'll find a distributor. Give me a
Yeah.
break. Okay.
So that's my favorite. There was other plastic.
Whoa, I'm feeling like, look at all the distributors I got. I got plenty
Yeah,
of
you got
distributors.
plenty. You
Okay,
won't
I'm
have
good.
There were other plasticizers I used in the past that were in powder form, and it's same deal. You put just like a tablespoon, or even less, in a mix, and it was amazing what a difference it made in the plasticity of the cement.
Okay, this is what I needed to know. I'll leave this up here for me, and we'll get this done. Okay, I'm going to give you a situation that I'm in, and you can help me out. All right, this is what we're doing. When we did the first prototype that we're doing for our main build, we did about 18 inches, 3-4 levels of hyper adobe bags with cement in it. Okay, it was just, you know, wash sand and river rock and whatever, just put it in there with Portland cement, tamped the bags down brought it up about, you know, 6 inches, 8 inches above ground level, so that we had, you know, for moisture or rain or something, you know, we got a nice footer. Then we started with the adobe, and the only time we put in cement was when we're next to a door jamb or something like that. So we have the pony wall, then we put the dome, like one of the ones that we did for you, except it's 20 foot, and we put it on top of that. Well, then we doing a bunch of stuff. But inside, we did like you did, we poured the concrete floor inside the footer. Well, the thing is that when we did that, we did it in a 10-foot section in the center, and then cut it into, I think, 4 pi sections or 6 pi sections, or different ones we do different depending on how big they are. And so each one of those sections, they're not exactly level. Now, I could get, you know, a grinder, you know, one of those leveling things, you rent it, and you kind of make it all nice and pretty and whatever, and like, yeah, you know, or you can do concrete leveling stuff they have. It's like what you're saying. It's sort of super plasticized or whatever. You just pour it in there, and it levels it out, and you're done. But that stuff is enormously expensive. And I'm like, oh, hell with that, man. I'll sit there and spend a day grinding, you know, and jerk around with that. So when you're using that plasticizer, and if you use a cement, just pure cement or cement and, you know, fine sand or whatever, what is it that you would use, you've had experience with, and how to get a nice, perfect, level floor like that, what would you do?
Yeah, so I would mix up, you know, like you just said, to get it to be flowable, you need the fine play sand or finer. There's different sands out there. You don't want the jagged edge sand. If it's round, it's better. It'll help flow nicer.
No, the bottom of the riverbed here, the main channel out here about a mile from me, is super nice mortar, fine sand that's already separated for me. Just bucket it into my dump trailer. Boom, got it.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So you got your sand. So I would make a 2-to-1 mix, 2 parts sand to 1 part cement. And when you're doing it for the first time, you just got to do some small experiments. Do some small experiments
2-to-1. Okay.
as far as adding the water and the amount of plasticizer, and then just drop it on an area and see how it self levels. Maybe you got to put a little more. I always just went overboard with the super plasticizer. Like a tiny bit would do a lot, and I would add way more than a tiny bit because I really wanted it to maximize the flow. And
well,
so,
how much water would you go 2-to-1 with? How much water would go to that?
After you mix the water, I don't recall exactly what the amount would be, but it still looks dry. Like everything changed color because it's wet, but when you pick it up, it's like falling apart. It's still dry. That's how you want it. You don't want it to look wet at all. You want it to look dry. And so then you add that plasticizer and mix it, and then that will make it look wet. It'll start flowing like you just added more water to it. So you want to make sure you have a dry mix, right? You might have to just, and when you do add water after the plasticizer, you got to add it in the smallest amounts. And you mix it and you just see how it's reacting, how it looks, how it moves, you know? And once it's moving right and you know you have very little water, then that's what you're going for. And then you can go and make a big batch. You know, I would make a 55-gallon drum and then just dump it out, and you'll see it just level itself out. But you got to have the sand you're talking about sounds perfect for that. And so it's just a matter of mixing, like, I would say like a 94-pound bag of Portland cement. I think I would add 3.5 gallons of water to it with the sand. So it would be basically 200 pounds of sand to 1 bag of Portland cement. And then you add about 3.5 gallons. You'll see it's dry. It'll still look dry. And then you want to add probably like a half a cup of super plasticizer. Again, that's way overboard, but you want maximum reaction with that Portland cement. You know, you want it to really level out to make the self-leveling mix. There's other mixes, but in particular to do that, you want to go heavy, and so that'll get you there. So a 2-to-1 mix, dry sand, looking dry after it's mixed, is like full, you know, just it's loose, and plasticizer will make it wet looking, and then you add just enough water in it so that it easily flows, and then you pour it out on your floor, and so the highs and lows will all just become level. And obviously before that, you want to add your Sika bonding adhesive, latex bonding adhesive. So if you already have concrete down, you want to put the latex adhesive on top, or you can even mix that into the cement slurry as well. But I would do a layer on the floor. You know, you wet it with this Sika bonding adhesive anytime you add new cement on top of old. And then if it's already cemented, you want to go thick enough so there's no cracking. So make sure for your first layer that you pour, you have fiber chop, either PVA fibers in your cement slurry or basalt fiber chop in your cement slurry, so you get some tensile strength in there as well.
Yeah, well, I want to talk about that too, but let's get to the bonding adhesive. Now, I've used the bonding adhesives before with different layers as you're building concrete domes, or you want to seal it. You know, you're taking, all right, we're done. We got it sealed. We haven't put the color or tinted, tinting in the concrete to give it its final finish or whatever. And you take and you put that adhesive, you just roller it on there or spray it on or whatever, and that seals it. And it's reactive with water, so that when you get it wet or you put concrete on, it glues it. It's like a glue, and it just boom. So I've used that before. It works really well. Now, I want to stay with the same brand name because we're using this other stuff, and just because you're better off, for extra $20 or something, you got stuff that interfaces with each other. Now, which one of the latex bonding adhesive is one of these ring a bell with you?
Yeah, the second one, the yellow bucket, 5-gallon bucket. That's usually I got like a bunch of those buckets.
Yeah, I have some adhesive stuff I use, for others. I mean, it's probably the same thing, but I'll just whatever for $100, I'll go get that. All right, so we got that. Now, the other thing, this is one thing that I learned from Aircrete Harry, was the basalt fiber. This basalt thing, man, I'm a basalt fan, okay? This has been working out well. Now, you get they either different millimeters or different numbers, number 4, number 6, number this, number that of rebar. It's just how big around they are. And basalt is just stone. It's lava rock. I mean, it's rock. So like they make fiberglass. Well, it was from what? Silica, I guess. I mean, it's glass. It's like fiberglass, and they put it into rods, or they make it into sheets, or they make meshes out of it, whatever. Well, they do the same thing, but with basalt rock. It's stone that's fibered, melted, strung up, fine hairs. I mean, it's really like angel hair. It's like wrist hair. I mean, it's really fine. Well, they make rope out of it. So what I have been doing is I ordered a bunch of rope, hundreds of feet of rope. Well, this rope, it's brown, and it just, it looks like fiberglass, and it's brown. Well, you cut it in about 2-inch lengths, I don't know, we'll ask Harry if he goes longer or shorter or something, but about 2-inch lengths work for me, and it's rope that's been cut. Well, it kind of unfurls, and it just turns into this angel hair, and you just throw it into your mixer, and it just mixes in with the concrete. And if you look at it when you separate it in the light, the sun up, you can see the little fine hairs. It doesn't really change anything other than when you apply it, and I did the first prototype dome of Washington State by hand. And that's one thing, you get learnified when you do it by hand, okay? So what we did is we put it on there, and it would stick. If you added a little bit more lime to your mix or something, it'd stick even more. So you're doing plastering up above you with a good 1/4 inch thick. I mean, it'd stay. I mean, it really made it workable. Now, we did it when we did the Hyper Adobe bags. We did 4 or 5 layers to do a 30-foot check dam. And we wanted to test it to see if these bags would hold the water. And then we go, okay, well, that's cool. Then we put a coating over it of Portland cement, sand, and the finer sand that you're talking about, and basalt fibers. And the basalt fibers really did well. Now, our friend Mike Swatek that in Oklahoma is building a Aircrete block home. The block, what do they call that? The Zuni, whatever, I can't remember. Anyway, so they made the blocks, and he wanted the mesh to be 5-10 millimeter square screen of basalt fibers that was a sheet for reinforcement. And he put like a high Portland cement over it and just glued it on there. Well, the reason is because basalt has the same expansion and contraction of concrete. It's stone. So it reduced a lot less cracks, and he was afraid that if he did nylon or even fiberglass, that he was in Oklahoma with lots of oak trees, and if he had a fire, it would melt that stuff, or we reduce the capability of it reinforcing the shell. So he wanted to use basalt for that reason. So that's my familiarity with basalt. Now, when I went up to visit Aircrete Harry, he had bought this stuff in big coils. Now, it's light enough that you could get, 50, 100 feet of what, you could pick it up. I mean, this stuff is really light. So it was rebar, but in a coil that came in about a 4-foot box. They just ship to you. And it's the same as, the rebar. So that's my experience with it. I've ordered it, got test stuff from it. I used the 5 millimeter squares for my first prototype. I did nylon, fiberglass, and that. It didn't seem to make a difference, in the end result, other than the basalt was a lot easier to work with. It contoured better. It was stiff. I really liked working with it, but it is a little bit more expensive. How much more expensive or less expensive is basalt rebar? And tell us about your experiences with the rebar fibers and the basalt fibers and the basalt rebar. Give us a whole basalt thing for us, will you, Harry?
Yeah, so the basalt mesh, which I've purchased, comes I think 150-foot length, and it's well, there's different mesh patterns, different mesh squares you can buy, but that was around $350, we'll say. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was about that much. And we're talking about the basalt, as you mentioned. It's made the same way fiberglass is made. Fiberglass is made by melting glass or sand and hitting it with a blast of air to basically turn it into, it looks like cotton candy. It's fibers. And so then they take these fibers and they'll put it in a form with some resin to make the rebar or the other products they're making. And so the basalt is stronger than fiberglass. Anything, if you make the two products the same way, one is fiberglass, one is basalt, the basalt product will be stronger than the fiberglass all day long. And there are other benefits, like you mentioned, as far as the heat. It obviously can take high heats and stuff. And so the basalt rebar comes on a 325-foot length reel, and that 325 feet, depending on the thickness, that the gauge I got was like 6 millimeter, you can easily pick up with one hand. You could never do that with steel rebar the same gauge. Never. It would be way too heavy. So it's way easier to work with. And then the other massive benefit is it's not steel, so it doesn't rust, which means when you build your structure, you can build a thinner shell, because one of the reasons the shells are built thicker using steel is to protect the steel from the water, from rusting, especially if you're along the coastlines where you got all the salt air and water, which will rust rebar and make your walls weak and fail eventually. So the basalt is also chemical resistant, and many benefits to the basalt. And after learning about the basalt rebar and working with it, it's just a no-brainer for me. It's such a better product to build your structures with. And then there's another thing when it comes to CMEs, corona mass injections, and things like that, which have been happening to the planet more and more frequently because our magnetic field has been weakening. And there have been cases around the world of, humanity being affected, whether it's either airplanes or power stations or different things are affected. So these CMEs are drawn to long strands of metal. Anything long and metallic is a potential danger in the future if there are more CME corona mass injections headed towards Earth, because these rebars, the steel rebar, will create sparks. It could potentially be creating fires as well. And so that's one of the aspects I look at as well when I look at basalt rebar, as far as its many benefits, and that's one of them. So it's safer as far as CMEs are concerned.
Well, how is it in actual use? I mean, you have rebar that you put around in a circle on your footer. It comes in kind of a reel, so it's kind of got a bend to it anyway, so that makes that easier. But, it's the workability of it, the cutting of it, the straightening of it, the use of it, the wire tying of it. Is there any difference other than it's just lighter?
Yeah, no, it's just lighter. So that's the massive difference. And also usually when using the basalt, we'll use zip ties to connect them instead of wire ties, but that's a small thing. You know, you could still, like, I bought a wire tie machine. You know, like a handgun for tying rebar quickly.
Right.
But because some of the structures I was building, my purpose was to also retain the energies that the geometry give us. It's similar effects to what the pyramids do with energy because of the geometry. So you get that a lot with domes. And so what we've learned is that you want actually no metal in your structure to retain these energies that come from the geometry of structures.
Now they make it looks like, I did not know this. This is like a new ad, basalt square tubing.
Yeah, I had no idea
beams.
either. That looks all new to me. I've never seen that.
I'm needing this for the floor joisted. We'll see how much that is, because damn, I bet you that's stronger than wood.
Oh yeah, I would imagine it's stronger wood and wouldn't burn.
Heck yeah. All right, well we gotta hit the basalt guys again, because
Yeah.
the local distributor here, I think it's these guys, Basalt Fiber. They it was a distributor, just an older guy and his wife. They thought it was cool, and they just started doing it. What's been your experience with getting it?
Yeah, I haven't had any issues getting it. I ordered from this guy Nick. I forget his last name. Nick. His Basalt website I have linked on some of my videos. Is he Basalt Guru? I think he's Basalt Guru. If you look up Basalt Guru, yeah, I think he comes up. His company. Um, and so it's out east, his company, and he's from the first time I ordered gave great deals because I ordered.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah,
Oh,
this is it.
yeah, that's the company. I ordered the material in bulk when I ordered it, and he saved me thousands of dollars from the listing price. And so I don't know if other companies. I would definitely shop around because I know there are some other companies, but I have a feeling he may be one of the best prices out there for materials. And then
Yeah, no,
shipping.
this is a. I can't explain it until you actually start using it, because there are other similar products, but it is really, really good to work with. And I don't get as much, the fiberglass rash that you get working with fiberglass a
Yeah.
lot with the basalt. You're not like itching all the time. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's not like it's not, but it's a heck of a lot reduced. So basalt.guru, basalt.guru, Guru. So you guys need to know about this basalt material. Now, one of the things that Harry brought up is that it doesn't rust, and that was one of the big problems. If you're building 100, 200,000 year structure kind of thing, moisture, maybe not as much in Arizona, but moisture definitely makes it inside. And once it starts to oxidize and rust, the rebar, it expands, you start getting chipping. That's why all our bridges here in the United States, every 30 years or so, you got to redo everything. Anyway, had they used basalt, they wouldn't be worried about that. Just saying, this is one of the big benefits of it. Now, the strength of it in comparison, do you have to up the diameter? Is it the same intention? Is it more than steel? What do you know about that?
The claims are always it's always stronger than steel. Depending on the situation, I've heard. I mean, I don't want to repeat, but I've heard up to 10 times stronger in some scenarios. So, obviously, you just showed many variations of basalt. So, but it's stronger, easily 3 times stronger than steel, equivalent size, and it's lighter. And so there are a lot of benefits to it. Only issue is a lot of engineers are still not familiar with it, and so they're used to their numbers that they know for steel rebar. And so if you're working with an engineer who's new, you're trying to get your home approved, and you need floor plans and all that, and the engineer has to do the structural engineering stuff. They may have to be informed and given literature as to the strength, engineering literature as to the performance of rebar, so they know what the numbers are, so they can incorporate that. I did run into that situation with my engineer. He was not familiar with the rebar, and so he was hesitant, and so I had to provide him with materials to show the strength. It's
What's up? You got to plug in something?
Yeah, I lost power here a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll let you deal with that. I'll show the audience this. This is the meshes that they create. There's 50 millimeter basalt mesh, 25, 10, and 5. Now, this 5, what happened was when I ordered it, I wanted the 10, because that was enough of what I needed, but they were out of it, and for the same price, they gave me the 5 millimeter. Well, I really like the 5 millimeter. It worked really well for what I was doing, and it's kind of stiff. It's not like taking a bed sheet and wrapping stuff around. It's more like like a real thin plastic or so. It just molds and nice smooth corners, but it'll make a corner. I really like this when you're doing masonry. So when I look at all the stuff that we're going to be doing, I'm looking at how easy it is, what's the expense of it, what's the final product, what does it look like, and I'm telling you, if I got to pay a little extra, which a lot of times you don't, but the 5 millimeter, at least 10, but the 5 millimeter, I'm looking at, it was just easy to work with. Now we did do 5 millimeter on some fiberglass products that were a lot cheaper. You get on Amazon or Temu or Alibaba or whatever, and that seems to work for a lot of things like planters, and we're doing different things. And then we'll get into Lavacrete. We'll start talking about it a little bit. But this basalt fiber, what is it you use it for? Everything? Are you putting more or less? Are you using these cloth or something on anything? Give us the reinforcements that you're using other than basalt, or basalt, how you're using it, and on what.
Yeah, so there's only other thing I will use is the PVA fibers sometimes, but basically when I'm building the dome shells, we're looking to build them thin and get maximum strength out of it. So the shells will maybe be 4 inches at the vertical walls and taper down to 2 inches at the peak. So if you're doing that, I'm looking for maximum strength. So I'm using multiple basalt products. So we have the basalt mesh that we'll use.
So when you say PVA fibers, I'm looking that up. It's just what?
Yeah,
plastic,
like you see,
poly,
right.
whatever, same thing.
Yeah, and those fibers, they chemically bond well with the cement. So I happen to have bought some. So since I had it, what I did was I would use a handful of the PVA fiber and a handful of the basalt fiber. So I would throw them both in, because I'm like, why not? Especially since the PVA fiber was a lot less expensive. So
have you done countertops? That kind of thing yet?
No, I mean I've made a table, but I haven't done countertops. And yeah, you just go heavy on the fibers for those, and the plasticizer and fibers for making countertops, because you will have a countertop probably like 3 times stronger easily by using plasticizer and enough basalt chop mixed in there.
So if I had a theme here for Aircrete Harry, he's a plasticizer fan.
Yeah, definitely a lot of benefits.
Okay, cool. So the fibers, you put it in. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to get that PV thing in there. So you got the basalt fibers, the sheets, the rebar. So you're using that pretty much. Do you use steel rebar for anything, or you're just all basalt?
Steel rebar we'll use a lot of times for the ring beam. The ring beam is because basalt doesn't bend, it cracks because it's resin. You have to order basalt in whatever shape you want. So if you want a box because you want to run rebar in the corners to make a you know, a box cage, rebar cage, then you need to order it as a box because they will put it in a form and make the shapes for you. So one of the things I did was I ordered L shapes in the rebar so I could take two L's and make a box. I put them together and just trim the excess. So that was one thing that I did, but I found it way easier for the foundation to take steel rebar, just bend my squares, and then I would run basalt rebar long way through all of the rings that I made, you know, the square rings, and then tie them together. So I use the steel because I could bend it, and because it's in the floor, not in the upper part of the structure, that I'll do that. And a lot of times, if I do use steel, I'll also incorporate a grounding rod. So I'll put a copper grounding rod into the ground and solder that to the steel. If I'm using all steel for the ring beam, then I'll definitely ground that so that so it's grounded. But otherwise, it'll just be.
And why do you ground it? Is it a health thing? Is it a, you know, Faraday cage thing? Is it a thing? Why you do that?
Yeah, it's a health thing. It's a geometry, energy thing. As I was comparing the domes, you can compare them to pyramids in that they have energy that turns inside the dome. It creates a vortex of energy. And so these energy fields are affected by metal when they're in the structure itself. In the base, not so much, but as a safety precaution to make sure I can retain those energies I'm looking for, the foundation should be grounded. And then the other thing, as I mentioned about corona mass injection, CMEs, if there's a CME and it hits your rebar cage in your walls, it's going to need somewhere to go. So it's best if that's grounded, so you don't have sparking and fires being created, because that's proven. CMEs can cause fires to happen when they hit, you know, like electrical lines or power lines. Or obviously there's a famous story in Canada with the telecommunication system. The telegraph system was burnt out from a CME. And anyway, that's a real concern.
Well, the reinforcement that you do on a lot of your stuff is it really necessary? For what reason? Because a lot of the things that you do, you have the fibers in it, you build molds, you put it, you make cavities, you've done all kinds of different methods. Go ahead and talk about those a little bit, what your progression was and what your favorites are.
So I'm a DIY person. I'm not an engineer by trade. I worked for the telephone company as a field technician, fault locating troubles in copper wires and, you know, fixing them. And so that's my field. Building, construction was something I did. I helped a lot of people build things. But again, I'm not an engineer, but I can comprehend what engineers are talking about when they're talking about the numbers and different structures. And I've had my own floor plan designs sent to an engineer for structural reinforcement, and seeing the information that the licensed engineer said I need to do to build this safely, I said I'm going to go overboard. So I rather go overboard. So if the engineer says I need to put rebar at 12-inch spacing vertically and horizontally, that gives me a 1-foot gap of no reinforcement in my cement. So I said, I don't like that. I'm going to cover that 1 foot that has no reinforcement. So what I did was I said, I'll use my basalt fiber mesh like you showed. I used the 5 and the 10 millimeter first time. So that was a second layer of reinforcement. So I had my basalt rebar, 12-inch spacing. Then I had my basalt mesh that covered everything. And then you just have that little 5 millimeter area with no coverage. And then I have my basalt fiber chop mixed into the cement. So now I have complete coverage. So my My rebar at 1 foot spacing is there, my mesh covering all of that 1 foot, and then the fiber chop covering everything. So I have all those layers of reinforcement to make something that's going to be, in my mind, again, I'm not an engineer, but this is common sense to me. If I'm adding extra layers of reinforcement, I'm going to get more strength than what the engineer recommended. And the engineer also recommended I put lag bolts through my walls to hold up the floor joists. You know, you got to put the board against the wall that your floor joists connect to. I said, screw the bolts. I want more strength. So I over-engineered myself. I went beyond the engineer, and I created the pockets in my walls. So instead of having a bolt that goes through to hold a board on that your floor joist connects to, I create a pocket using cardboard, and I put it on the airform, and then I spray cement around it. And after the airform's removed, there's a ledge that my floorboards can sit on that is supported by the wall. So I didn't hammer drill a hole, creating little fractures in my wall, and then put a bolt. You know, I didn't do that. I went with something that to me was way stronger by having the actual walls itself support my floor joists. So I over engineer. I take what engineer gives me, I think about it, and I say I can do better for my own home. And for anybody, I would prefer my method over what an engineer provided.
Okay, let's talk about that a little bit. One of the things is that we're looking at doing this yourself. We had our first prototype. We had a structural engineer that was up there at our friends doing a building that they were working on, and we paid him to come out, and he sat there for a few hours as we were building it. And I go, yeah, just take a look at what we're doing here. Here's the measurements, here's the materials, and so on. So he sat there for a few hours and did his, calculator slide rule thing. And he goes through, and so on, he goes, yeah, you can go deeper here. You need to have a 12-foot, a 12-inch footer around here, and this needs to be at least 4 inch here, and you can go, and you can make that a lot further out here and cantilever that, So he kind of went through the engineering of what we were doing and what we could get away with and what we needed to improve, that kind of stuff. But it was friendly advice. It was, this is, what you need to do. This is kind of code for this area, that kind of thing. So I'm going, cool, thanks. Now I'll do what I want, and I have that information. So your attitude on this is what the code requires, what it doesn't, what materials you can do, especially when you're dealing with domes. A lot of these engineers and architects and so on, and the government and special interest of the building companies of whatever the hell's going on, and you got to buy my cousin Vinny's product of whatever, or you're not going to get inspection approved. So you look at this stuff and you go, man, a lot of this is just crap. I don't care. I don't care. Thanks. Government's not friendly advice. That's not what they're doing. They're there for, cousin Benny. So I'm okay. When you have this kind of advice, you do this kind of stuff, how restricted do you make yourself to what code is or what engineers say? Or do you process it and go, yeah, but my hands-on tells me that? I mean, how close are you worried about what the man says?
I'm not worried because I'm going beyond what the man said. So the man gave me the structural engineering stamp that I can bring to my county for my building permit. And so when I bring that there and the building department sees and they say, okay, the engineer says this and that, you're good to go. So I'm not doing anything but going further than what the engineer gave. So my plans, if I just build them the way the engineer said to build them, I'm fine. If inspection has to come out, they'll inspect the spacing, and they say, okay, this is approved. Now, all my added stuff, there's no inspector going to say, oh, don't add, you're going to make it stronger. No, I'm just doing what common sense says is going to make stronger. So I'm meeting the minimum requirements that the engineer stated in the plans. I'm just going, I'm meeting it and going beyond it by adding.
So you're getting permits, you're getting approval, inspections, and all that stuff?
Yes, yes. My structures are permitted. I got approval. I had to get building permits for my domes. And so I actually had floor plans for a different house somewhere else, but because they were also in Colorado, I was able to take those same plans to the new location where I live, and they still approved me to use, even modified, because I wanted less domes than the original design had. So, and because they were all domes, pretty much the same size, it wasn't any real issues. It's not like anything had to be changed. I was just reducing it from like 10 domes down to 4 domes or something.
Well, I'm just not in the. I mean, you want to do your due diligence and make sure you're not creating your own problems. But, once I was satisfied with the prototype and we had the engineer do it and everything, well, you got to go through the building process. You're not allowed to compete with the process. And when I start looking at different materials that are coming out and building systems from around the world, I go, yeah, I want those panels. I want to do that. Oh, I'm sorry, the import of you're not allowed of who you're on the list of, and kind of, man, I am not worried about what the man says. I'm it's not on my radar, but it's nice to know that Harry did it. Got it all.
Because I was new to Colorado at that time. That's when I first moved to Colorado. I was just here like less than a year, and I was ready to build my house. And so I found out you had to get a building permit. I know I have another property that doesn't require, there's no building permits needed. You did just electrical and plumbing inspections, and you could pretty much build anything you want. So, only because it was required and I didn't know any better, that I just went the correct, legal route. But if you're in a county that does not have building codes and you don't need building permits, then yeah, do what you wish. Obviously build the same way because you still want to build something strong, but you have less hassle, less headaches, no red tape.
It's kind of hard to screw up a dome, isn't it? I mean,
no, you could screw up a dome. Yeah.
All right. Well, give me the screw ups, man. What do I got to look out for?
Well, when you're doing it my way, you're using the airform. So you could screw up by puncturing an airform at the wrong time, and the wrong time would be after the cement's on and before it had time to cure. That could be a massive mess. Like, I had one failure during a workshop, and it was just a mess. The walls were half built. We only have 4 feet of the wall done before the failure, and then once I turned the blower off, everything just came in and collapsed. And so all the cement that was sprayed was all wasted money. The cleanup of cement that's curing is so yeah, you can screw up big time. When I'm teaching, I talk about all the redundancies you need to have before actually starting the spray, which is, if you're off grid, you need redundant power, multiple generators, multiple blowers, because I've already experienced all the mistakes or all the problems with a generator stopping on me and the blower shut off and the airform begins collapsing, and you have like less than a minute to get everything working again, because after it collapses to a certain point, the air pressure might not be enough to push it back out. I've had that. I had a dome lean on me and just collapse. Those were the early days of experimenting. And,
the one thing that we do with the geodesic is we don't have to worry, but we got it all supported before we even put the stuff on, for that kind of reason. I get scared, that kind of stuff. And I want to show you, this is the dome, the first one that we did. It was one like this that we went up and put up at Harry's place just for him to play with. You got it sitting out there somewhere? You do anything with it, or is it just an eyesore or what?
No, it's sitting out, and I haven't done anything with it. I use it we use it to I got a hammock inside there, and I'll swing around in my hammock in there.
Boom. Made use of it. Good man. So one thing that I wanted to demonstrate and show is this was the first one that we did. It was just we roll it up a little bit here and go to a festival and we'd sell stuff, whatever. But the maybe I have a picture. No. So this, to make these sections, you'll see this section. There's one here. You know, there's a seam here. This is the first time I sewed anything. You know, I just got this from SAS. It's just a fabric oversupply retail something, and it's like Goodwill for fabric or something. And I got this stuff, and it was the first time that I sewed, and I did. And I go, huh, that was cool. Made me a parachute. Now to get that, what you do is you go to, let's see, where is it here? You go, and this is us making it, and it's the dome covering calculator, and it goes to here. This is something that I saw on your site. You have, all right, where is it? You know, you have on your site here on aircreteharry.com, you have in here this Gore calculator, how to make these sections.
Yeah.
Scroll it down. So this here is what he does. He takes Tyvek, which is a house wrap, and he cuts it to those different forms, and there was a calculator I saw you had. There it is. Okay. So you have this, you know, $50 you can get the calculator to make, do, and kind of whatever, and it's good that he's got it all set up for you. But the way I did it was, you can go here and you get the width of what this is, and then like a meter up, you know, like, I don't know, half a meter, half a meter, half a meter, half a meter, and you just connect the dots, and then you cut them. And I cut, you know, had them stacked a bunch of fabric on and just made one cut and made all of these things, and then you sew them together. And that's kind of what you do. Are you sewing it? Are you gluing it? Are you taping it to make your airtight form, to inflate it so that you put your rebar and your stuff? Because that's what you're doing. You're following, you know, these guys that make these big PVC whatever balloons or something that they're using. Tell us about this process.
Yeah, so it's exactly what you're doing. It's you have to decide on the size of the dome, the geometry, the stem wall, how much stem wall you're gonna have, and you measure it out. I usually make a wood template. So I'll take all those measurements, put on the wood template, cut the wood template, and then put the wood template on multiple layers, depending on how many layers of gores I need to make a dome. We'll just say 20 layers. I'll have 20 layers. I'll put the template on top, and then with a straight edge razor, I'll just go along the template to cut all the fabric at once. And then, you know, I also make sure I leave enough material on the edges for a seam, and I sew all the pieces together. And so the Tyvek airforms are not fully airtight because of all the puncture marks, puncture holes from the sewing it. So it does leak along the seams, so I have to make sure I have extra air that's blowing in there. I could have taped the seams from the inside, but it wasn't really necessary. I just inflated it and put a lot of pressure in there. And the method of which I use to spray the cement, which I layer it, you know, I do a certain amount of feet at a time, is also what helps me to keep from the airform collapsing. Had I taken a Tyvek airform and started spraying it from the top, it would just collapse, you know, because the air would leak out. So I have to build up the strength slowly from the bottom up with the Tyvek. But the PVC airforms, you know, the reusable airforms I have, they are completely airtight, and they are much easier to work with as a newbie, because it's you have more
maintain its pressure.
Yeah, but you have more room for error. You know, you less likely to make errors with that airform than with the Tyvek.
So when you did your own Tyvek ones, and I never remembered the answer to this question, how long did you have to keep it pressurized?
Because it takes longer to build with the Tyvek. The longest pressurized airform I had was 7 days, and I was using a DeWalt leaf blower to inflate it. I don't use leaf blowers anymore. I use bouncy house blowers. They have much bigger motors. But that was a great blower because that sucker ran for 7 days. A leaf blower, DeWalt leaf blower. But that was the longest one I had running because I had to do it in layers, and you don't want to turn it off because your cement has to cure. And then after everything had been applied, I wanted to give it a few days with the pressure in it so the cement cured. Because had I cut the blower off too soon, maybe the cement didn't set right or could have collapsed. I don't know. But
now,
it was safer.
tell me how much rebar you're using in the dome as that's happening. Because, see, I'm trying to, compare it with the geodesic dome that it's already there. And then I put it on, when I feel like it and kind of whatever, and I don't have to inflate or worry about that. What's the benefit of one over the other?
So with the Tyvek airform, I usually will spray a layer of cement onto the airform first, gain some strength, and then apply the rebar, and then embed the rebar. And so the purpose of that is so the walls come out really smooth on the inside. That's one of the major benefits from using the airforms is you have almost no work on the inside of the dome to do after you remove the airform, because your airform is smooth, whether it's Tyvek or the reusable airform. They both are very smooth, so the cement gets that smoothness. And so when you remove it, your cement will be smooth, where you really only have to paint if you did your job right. If not, you'll have patches in areas where you have to put more cement because maybe you didn't spray correctly. So ideally, if I'm using the reusable airform, which is my preference, I'll have 1-inch wood spacers that I put between the rebar and the airform. So the airform's fully inflated. You can stand on it. It doesn't even have any bounce. It's like stiff. And then we'll run the rebar, put these little wood spacers, 1-inch spacers, so I have a 1-inch gap between the rebar and my airform, so cement will get around that nicely, and that'll also help so that my walls come out nice and smooth once the airform's been removed. And so we'll do the spacers, we'll run the rebar cage, we'll spray cement on it until the rebar is covered, and then I'll put the basalt mesh over that, spray till that's covered, and the whole time all the layers have basalt fiber chop mixed into it. So all the cement sprayed has reinforcements already. And so then after that's been done and I have the thickness that I need on my shell, we'll let that set up, and then we'll come back and do the Styrocrete. I don't use Aircrete as my insulator on domes because the Aircrete is much harder to work with because it needs to be put in a form. But the Styrocrete or the Perlitecrete, both are made the same way, recipe-wise. Is just you're substituting styrofoam for perlite or vice versa. Perlite is a little more insulative than styrofoam, but the styrofoam I can get for free. So, and we'll mix that with the cement to the proper insulative ratios, and we'll apply that to our structural shell. About 6 inches thick is pretty ideal for a lot of environments, whether it's hot.
Now I'm showing here the ultimate foam shredder, because Harry, he doesn't have nothing else to do but experiment with all kinds of crap. I mean, he does, a bunch of stuff that whatever flips his trigger at the time. So he takes styrofoam that you can get for, hell, I get enough styrofoam, just all the Amazon deliveries I get. And you have, and you shred it into little beads, and you can even order the beads. It's like beanbag filling stuff, BBs. And then you have, did you make your own storage bags out of Tyvek or something?
No, I made them out of mosquito netting.
Really?
got
Okay.
the big rolls of mosquito net from Home Depot. It was like, I don't know, like 200 feet. You know, it's like 3 or 4 feet wide and 200 feet long or something. And so I just cut them up into. I'll just cut them and fold the material, the bag. So I'll fold it. I'll cut like a 12 feet long, and then I'll fold it into 6 foot bags. And you know, I have to just sew around the 3 sides, because I'm just folding it. I'm not making a square looking bag. And I just do that. And so because it's mosquito netting, I'm using a blower to suck the foam beads from the shredder into the foam bag. So the blower sucks it up and then blows it into the bag. And by having the mosquito netting, the air can escape. So it captures the foam beads and allows the air to escape. So it's a really quick and efficient way to do that. Those bags there, I think we stopped selling these. The bags you're showing there, those were store bought, and that material just could not handle the sun at all. It was not UV rated. So unless you had indoor storage, we didn't recommend those bags anymore.
So
Because
tell
it
me
just broke
about
down.
styrofoam BBs or whatever, however you call it, in cement mix. How does it work differently than like Lavacrete or Aircrete, or what's it used? And we'll get into Lavacrete here in a little bit, but tell us about using foam shreds.
So the foam started as an inexpensive way to create. At the time, I was making what was called Epic. It was expanded polystyrene paper infused cement. So it was a recipe I got from somebody. I seen they built a structure with this material, and they were hitting it with a sledgehammer. So I was like, "Whoa, that's some pretty impressive stuff." It was insulative, and it was stronger than Aircrete. Aircrete was brittle by comparison, and so I started. That was almost immediately. I started experimenting with the styrocrete. Well, it's not styrocrete. The Epic.
I
And
remember you going on about Epic. You were a big Epic fan there for a while. So
yeah.
what was that about?
So the Epic. After I learned about it, it was basically instead of foam and cement, which is Aircrete, this was you use shredded cellulose paper, so you can literally get blown in insulation from Home Depot. It comes in I think the 19-pound bales, and so I took that.
Papercrete. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like Papercrete if you don't add the foam. So I take that, mix it with the cement and water, and then I add the styrofoam. And so the ratios is the big difference. How much ratio you did of water to what. And so I added like 5 buckets of styrofoam to the mix, mixed it up, and it gave you a nice insulative, strong mix. It was strong because it wasn't brittle. It would dent rather than crack. So when I hit the material, when I made sample bricks that I was hitting with a sledgehammer, it just made dents in it. And I mean full power swings with these sledgehammers to these bricks I made. And it dented. So I was like so impressed with the strength. I was like, this is what I want to live in, instead of something that's going to explode when you hit it with a sledgehammer. And so I was in love with the material. It was easy to work with. It wasn't like Aircrete. You didn't need to make a form, or you didn't need to make 1,000,000 bricks and then mortar the bricks together. It works. You can build a dome that way, but that wasn't what I was interested in. I liked spraying the domes. And so I could do that with this Epic mix. The issue with the Epic mix I found later was the paper, because you can end up getting molding because of the paper. So I changed the recipe, eliminated the paper, and replaced it with basalt fiber chop. So everything remained the same, minus the paper was replaced with basalt, because the paper was just a cheap reinforcing. The cellulose material was only there for tensile strength. There is some insulative properties you get from using the paper, but for the pain in the neck of molding, Unless you were strictly using it exterior, then I don't recommend doing it on anything interior. Just exterior is
We
fine.
we started with Papercrete back in mid '90s or something. Some friends, we were doing geodesic stuff and we were playing whatever. And what happened was we found that the people that maintained its usage and thought it was a good way to do it was when they were doing floors with it, because it absorbed the water and it stayed wet when they were trying to grow mushrooms. Because they had a room, you have to have this high humidity, whatever thing, and they'd have these raised beds, and they were, and you got to get all super sterile or whatever when you're doing mushrooms. So they were growing mushrooms industrially, and they could keep the humidity at the right part with this Papercrete because it absorbed and retained the water. But then you're going to have mold problems. I mean, that's, what was there. So that was the only, really benefit I ever saw of the Papercrete, certainly when you're dealing with moisture. In Arizona, it wasn't as bad because it's not as bad, but they needed that moisture. They wanted it and were touting its properties because it stayed wet, longer. So, yeah, Papercrete. So you replaced that with the basalt fiber and got the same benefits of workability, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It still worked great. It was even better with fire, because I did a fire test where I took a 2x4 and screwed it to the wall that I built and just held a torch on it until the board cut in half, and you saw it was like hardly any damage to the cement. I was fully secure in the fact that if there were a fire, I could be safe in that structure, especially at 6 to 8 inch thick walls. So it barely damaged the surface of it. So, and plus I had FLIR cameras. I was testing everything, and yeah, it just felt it was a very safe way to build, strength wise, insulation wise, fire resistant wise. So yeah, so I just went from the Epic to replacing the paper with the basalt, and so it works better. So now that's Styrocrete. We just call it Styrocrete. I didn't invent Styrocrete. I just modified it, by adding the basalt fiber chop to the mix. So the beauty.
But you still have to source the styrofoam.
Yeah.
You're recycling it. You're making it. You're doing whatever. You got to find it. And I'm like, man, I got a life. So
yeah,
it would
exactly.
be. So if I did, what else would I use other than getting styrofoam, ordering the BBs or whatever? Aircrete would work, or pumice, the lava stuff. That's what I was thinking. That's my next experiment, is doing what you're talking about. You have the basalt fibers, you have the cement, you have the plasticizer, and the lava crete, which is, it's just pumice. It's just, lava rock is what it is, but it's very airy, and a lot of that stuff will float. I mean, it's light, but it's stone. Have you got to play with that yet?
Yeah, I played with those materials, and they're all great. Everything we're working with is aerated. That's the whole point. So the Aircrete is Aircrete because we're aerating the cement to make air pockets, to make it insulative. We're adding foam beads to cement to create air pockets, to make it insulative. Or we're adding perlite for the same reasons. Everything we're doing is to make it a cement product that's insulative, having air pockets. The lavacrete, the scoria rock, is also it's another density of the pumice. It's a denser pumice, you can say, less air pockets than the pumice itself, which is why you have the scoria rock, and then you have the more solid basalt rock that has less, pockets, air cavity pockets in the material. So the reason I'm really liking the lavacrete, which is the scoria rock, is because you have your air pockets. So I don't have to use Portland cement now. So 1 bag of Portland
Whoa,
cement
whoa, whoa! Portland, you're not having to use Portland cement?
in the same quantities. I'll explain. One
Okay.
bag of Portland cement will give you 1 cubic foot of cement. So if you take a 94-pound bag of cement, Portland cement, add water to it, you get 1 cubic foot of cement. Now with Aircrete, I would expand that 1 cubic foot by adding foam. I can expand it to 7 cubic feet. So you can
Damn.
see where you can save money in a sense by adding the foam to the cement. You're getting more for your money, you know. But again, it depends on the application. If you're making something dense and structural or lightweight and insulative, it makes a difference. So ideally, you'll be at a minimum with Aircrete 3 cubic feet minimum, and so you'll be anywhere from 1 cubic foot of Portland cement, adding foam, you'll get up to 3 cubic feet for a lot of different use purposes, that density. Or you go higher up to 7 cubic feet to maybe fill a cavity wall to insulate it. Or that's the same mix I would use for my floor to insulate the ground, and then a thin coat. So now with the foam, what I would do is I would collect foam for free at Rent-A-Center, or if you live along the coastline, all the piers and docks had to be replaced because they were no longer federally allowed to have open foam board in the ocean because of, you know, all the pollutants and stuff. So all those things were replaced. So there's a lot of foam free everywhere. And even people who get medications, they get those ice cooler medication. I know some people, they have rooms filled with those coolers. So there's a lot of places you could get the foam for free. And so I would have Rent-A-Center hold it for me because they were renting furniture and getting a lot of foam. And so they were happy that I brought them a free bin that I made from 2x4 and chicken wire that they could throw the foam in, and I could come by once every 2 weeks, and I pick up the foam for free because that saved them money because, you know, they're paying for their garbage bin, you know, commercial bins to be picked up. So when I gave them a bin that they could put these big blocks of foam into, they were ecstatic. You know, so I would collect the foam free. I would cut it with a hot wire machine that I made, real easy, and then throw it in my foam shredder, and then I would collect the foam beads. So I had the foam beads for making my Styrocrete. Now, with the Aircrete, well, I mean, with the Lavacrete and the pumice is used, what is it, the Pantheon, the dome structure in Rome, you know, and that's how that dome structure that's been standing for over 1,000 years. I think it's called the Pantheon.
Pantheon. Yeah.
And so that was built with different rock. You know, they had the denser lava rock at the base, and they went to a lighter pumice stone at the peak of that dome. So when you look into the history and the way that was structured, you know, they went from dense to light building that. So I'm not trying to reinvent anything. This stuff, these people were smarter than me, way more advanced than me, thousands of years ago. I'm using history for my thing. So I'm incorporating my ideas with things that have been done in the past, especially now with the new structures. So the Lavacrete is what a lot of structures were built with in Rome. You know, they used a lot of lava material. And so I'm going back to that. And then the big benefit of this Lavacrete is it's very aerated. So you have a naturally breathing home. So you could build, and what we're planning are 2-foot thick walls that breathe. The air will pass through, even water will pass through. So you do have to seal it from the outside from water, from penetrating, but it's breathing. It's a great structure because it's concrete walls that allow the air to breathe. So as far as your environment that you're living in, it's way better. You're still getting the equivalent insulation to Aircrete or any of these other insulative rock or insulative cement mixes like Aircrete, Epic, Styrocrete, Perlitecrete, Pumicecrete. You know, they're all pretty much in the same category of about R1 to R2 max of insulative R value.
Per inch.
As far as the walls go, because I've sent samples out to R value engineers to have R value tested, and I had like maybe half an R value, like a 0.5 R value difference between my Styrocrete Styro Aircrete, which was Aircrete and styrofoam mix, really lightweight insulative mix, to regular Aircrete. Regular Aircrete was like R1 per inch, whereas the most insulative mix I sent was the Aircrete and styrofoam mixed together, and that was like almost R2 per inch. And so they're very similar. The difference is the easeability to work with, the cost. So I mentioned the Aircrete, how much you get, you can get up to 7 cubic feet, but with the Lavacrete, for the same amount of Portland cement, you can make a lot more wall surface because of the way the Lavacrete is mixed. Also, it's actually reversed from most concrete mixes, in the fact that when you mix Lavacrete, you first take your aggregate, your scoria rock, and that gets hydrated first, and after that's hydrated, you mix your dry Portland cement. So the Portland is just sticking to the surface of the lava rock and then binding them, instead of the opposite way, which is Portland cement, water, and then your aggregate. That's going to fill all the cavities of your aggregate. You don't want that. You want the cavities in your scoria rock, because that's giving you your aeration. And so by mixing in these steps, you can get way more out of one bag of Portland cement than you can making Aircrete, making something out of Aircrete. So that's where you're saving money. You have to buy the scoria rock, but in the end, because it's so cheap, it's anywhere from $10 to $20 a ton. You get more out of it. So from my research and the experience I have, and I've also spoken to the people who went to the Tiny Shiny's place to do the
Shiny
workshop.
home in Cochise County,
Home.
southeastern Arizona.
Yeah. So Paul Schwam, he's not the inventor, but he spearheaded Lavacrete for a long time in Arizona, and the guys he's working with, Guru Das and his partner, I forget his partner's name, but they were at the Tiny Shiny project, Tiny Shiny Home project, teaching the Lavacrete workshop. So as soon as I heard about the workshop coming up, I immediately contacted Paul and Guru, and I spoke to them because I was already in love with what I was seeing. The little bit of information, I was like, this is the stuff I want to build with.
Yeah, no, it got my attention. It definitely got my attention.
Yeah. And so I have designs now where the entire house is made from Lavacrete and pumicecrete because of the insulative value. So we're thinking for the roof, a pumicecrete, and for the walls, Lavacrete. And so that's what we have in mind for.
Okay, now let's look at this. We get into that, what we wanted to make sure we got to, but let's take a look at this. Now, there was this, I think I got it from you. I don't remember how I came across it, but it was 1930s or something they were doing this. The history, recreating history, building the legacy, recreating the classic concrete tamping machine, original machine. That what it was is a 1930s 3D printing of the dome. That's what it was.
Yeah.
They had, the material went in a circle. It just kept adding it, and it was awesome. And what happened to this, I have no idea. But you're never the first one. It's just when it becomes general public opinion or popularized, or you don't have some government zoning supporting Cousin Vinny's construction company or whatever the hell's going on. Tell us what you know about this and how it translates into what you're doing now.
So I learned about this device about 4 or 5 years ago. on YouTube. It was just a video, and my mind was blown from what I was seeing. The device was built by the company Herschel Walker. And Herschel Walker Company, they build now industrial food processing equipment. But back then, obviously, they were working on a construction method. And so they, in the late 1930s, patented a wall building machine that prints. I mean, it's more advanced than what we have today. It prints layers 4-inch wide, 4-inch tall, each pass. And we're talking about, it's an analog 3D printer, not this CNC, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollar printers that they have now that are really just failing. They're not really doing well as far as, you know, you don't see 3D houses being printed everywhere because they're still developing the technology, even though we're, you know, at least a decade in with this technology. So they're still not there, but this technology was done in the late 1930s. They built 2 models as far as I can tell. There's a black and white video and a color video. The color video has an updated, improved version of the print head, the printer itself. And so I don't know why they didn't come out with it. You know, my guess is, you know, politics, you know, lobbyists, you know, they were probably pushing wood structures to be built, and they didn't want something like this easy and inexpensive to be used. You know, somebody wasn't going to make enough money from it, so it wasn't used. You know, it was just, as far as I know, these 2 structures were built: the cylindrical building there in the black and white photo video, and then the dome building in the color video. And so I've looked at these videos for so many hours trying to decipher the machine, exactly how to replicate it and build it. I had the patents, but the patents were actually off from the actual device itself, I learned. And so there were a bunch of things that were different from the video. And so long story short, I contacted the company. I sent them an email years ago, and the company was like, well, the patent expired. They're not doing anything with it. So I had carte blanche to do what I wanted. So I decided last year I was going to make this printer, because I'd been dreaming about it for like 4 years. And so I had investigated, inquired from companies to, you know, do the CAD design and create a model, and I got quotes for like $60,000 to have that done. Sure. And I was like, screw that, man. I was like, I think I can do it. So it took me time, and I wish I'd spent the time earlier, but it took me time, and I finally was able to get it designed in CAD. And then I have my friend making the parts now. He's got a machine shop. And so I have the first part made sitting here on my property.
What families are going through today? Katie Hobbs doesn't.
I'm sorry, I was looking for a video.
Right. And I'm waiting for the other parts to be machined. And so I'm hoping by next week or the week after, I'll have all the parts for that machine so I can assemble it and create my prototype. We already know the concept works. There's 2 videos of the machine working. There's no question about it. So I'm recreating it as is in the video and in the patents, and then I'm doing a few different versions that I'm modifying, making some improvements, and changing the sizes. I have the 4-inch model that I have now, but I'll be doing a 12-inch and a 24-inch model as well. So it'll make a 12-inch wide or 24-inch wide wall in a pass. So each pass. So those will be the next models. So yeah. So the beauty is that technology was built. It exists. There's patents. I'm recreating it. It's been a lot of work, and but I'm there now, and it's just a matter of assembly. I'm waiting for the last parts to be made, and then I'll be assembling it and testing it, testing my model out, and then I'll be able to, after I get everything worked out, I'll be able to offer it to people at a really, I mean, incredible price compared to these other machines out there. And the beauty with this machine, with this wall printer, is it'll do cylindrical buildings, it'll create dome buildings, it'll also create square and rectangular buildings with rounded corners, because there's a track system that you can put it on. And again, the beauty is it's all analog. You don't have to deal with any, you know, computer technology is real nice. And when I was younger, I was crazy about it, but I'm over it. I'm like, I want to create an analog company. I have an idea and a plan for my analog company. Once this first product is developed, I'm going to come out with a new company name, and we're going to create analog products. I have a bunch of ideas, and trust me, if these products were out now, your life would be so much easier, because one of the products is multiple devices powered by your vehicle. You know, because the problem I have a lot of times is these little motors on all these devices, whether it's my cement mixer or my concrete pump or whatever. It's always these little motors have some kind of issue that hold me up. So I have designs for products that use the power of your vehicle. And, you know, this is not a new concept. This is very popular in a lot of third world countries. Well, they'll take the wheel off of a truck and they'll use that to power something. So same concept, just my designs are, I think, incredible, and I can't wait until I get to that stage. But stage one is what you're looking at now, is the printer machine and this slip form machine that you're showing in the images right now.
Now, the center tunnel here, is that the opening, and the rest of this is a bunch of what is this? Explain this to us. Now, I want to make this point before we get into this. Aircrete Harry has had inspired a lot of people to just do it. You know, you go learn. He does the experimenting. He plays with it. People come out and touchy-feely. You know, he's very helpful. He's very quick to change and upgrade and go old school, new school, whatever school. He got his own school of cool, Aircrete Harry, okay? Well, the thing is that his goal was occupy the land with attainable housing, really. I mean, you know, that was kind of his thing, is that, look, we need to get out, get healthier, get out of Brooklyn. I mean, you know, let's go out in the mountains, the Rockies, and do something. So it was more paying it forward to people to be able to do this. Look at what I'm doing. This is how I'm doing it. How can we improve on it? And he's created a community of a lot of people that want to help. You know, they suggest, or they'll do their own little project, or they'll, you know, whatever. Well, the thing is that it's evolved into something that you can purchase, a ready-made something. I mean, it's going to be, I give you this. This is what I'm thinking of. In the 50s, when Betty Crocker first came out with cake mixes, they were like, women are getting busy. You know, it's the 60s, 70s, whatever. They're coming up with Betty Crocker cake mix. Well, they had you add the milk and an egg to this mix to be able to take it, pop it in the oven, you're done. You felt like, oh, well, I cooked. You know, I actually added an egg, you know, and some milk, and I made a cake. You know, so I was cooking, you know. Well, the reason they did that is they wanted the people, one, it made it easier for dry shipping and you know, longevity and preserve and whatever the hell. But it gave the person a little bit of control. They could change a little bit, add a little more of this, less of that, and it was a formula that made them feel like they, you know, did it themselves. Do it yourself, you know. So DIY cake mix. Well, if you can get a building thing like that to where, okay, it comes packaged in a box, it's got the thing, I add some water and some eggs, and boom, I got a house. So, you know, it's a lot cheaper, you know, to ship it. There's a lot less labor involved. All of the engineering has been done, but you still got to do some yourself. And in fact, you save a lot of money that way, and a lot of times you just want to. So this has always been kind of Harry's going that direction. simpler, simpler, simpler. Make the machine. Well, the thing is, how much I really need the Aircrete machine is, I think I was really looking forward to it. We did a lot of testing with it. Then it got damaged, and I'm like, damn it, And there's a bunch of others out there, but Harry progressed to where it didn't take up a lot of space. It was very robust, and it made shit tons of freaking foam, and the right kind with the FM160. So I'm just going, damn it, I need that. I went, what the hell? I'll support Harry and give him, So do you have them sitting on a shelf, or you got to go make one for me?
I have to make them. We just got a delivery of motors recently, so you'll have in fact, I'll be able to do a custom made one for you. I can laser etch your name and logo and everything on the pipe just to make it extra cool.
Boom, boom. Donna, send Aircrete Harry the Aki stick figure logo and the other. Yeah, I got all the Occupy the Land, attainable housing, and the stick figure guy. Yeah. Boom. Donna's doing it right now. Thank you, Harry. Yeah. That's worth it. So he does this kind of stuff for you. I mean, he wants to create a business, or I don't know how the resources he has or how much he makes on whatever, doesn't matter. The point is that what is your ultimate goal? Because he's always one, like you see on our complex, we do our Occupy the Land thing, you'll see that, it really is a replication of our favorite home. And our home was, the way it laid out allowed me to keep my business separate, the bedroom, the studio, this, that, whatever. And that is really this. This is, what we're building and doing, and that's because, but out of domes. And then you have the connecting halls, around the center dome that connected the other domes. Now, Harry had a similar plan like this for a complex that he's doing. In fact, now he has the out domes kind of in a circle that connects into the, it's very similar, concept. So, but he was more about an intentional community. He values community. So I'm wondering, is that something you're building towards? You start bringing people out, because originally, and for as long as I knew, it was just you and your wife on your land, and you invite people at different times for workshops and so on. Are you looking to build a community, or have a technique for other people to build a community?
Both. As far as my property, we, because of finances, I don't have everything that I want and would like here. Because I'm in Colorado and we get a lot of hailstorms, growing vegetables and things is not easy for me. I need a greenhouse. There are a lot of things that I need on my property to be able to be self-sufficient, self-reliant, and to be able to thrive without needing the commercial world out there, without having to go to a supermarket every week for food. And so the goal is to be able to live on my property and not leave if I don't want to, and have everything I want. So right now I don't have that here, but I do have visions for that, and I do have visions for community. So what you were just showing there is a design for a community that I've thought about for years now. I have a lot of ideas, and a lot of times I'll maybe design something in my CAD just to create it so something is there and so I don't lose that. And I'll give you one example. It has nothing to do with me. I'll never build anything because I'll never have the money for this. But like 4 years ago, I did a whole design for Elon Musk, right? Because I had my own ideas of how everything would work, how ships could be launched, how these, similar to your airship, I was designing what I call the Beyond Max Q platform, right? So basically a giant airship that was designed to take the Starship up to Beyond Max Q and launch from there, and then how they would land. So I did this whole design. Like I spent time doing this because I had every time I closed my eyes, I just kept seeing it. And I meant to do a video years ago, but I just never put it out because, I'm not a Starship channel. I just have ideas. And so when I get the ideas, I work them out. I'll even maybe do hours and hours of research. I learned something like Lavacrete. The moment I learned about it, immediately I did research, found web pages, found Paul Schwam's, found previous interviews, and was all over it, and then found, all the Roman stuff that had to do with the lava stuff. And so things that interest me, I'll jump on them. And sometimes a lot of things is not only just intuition, but I feel like, I'm getting inspired divinely, inspiration comes from nowhere sometimes, or vision or something. And so then I'll work on those things. But for me, this whole thing has really been about being able to live off grid, being able to, as I said, thrive off grid, grow my own food, and not depend on anybody, and just break away from all the systems. Because, every time I go to the supermarket, I'm just sickened because everything's GMO. There's poison in everything. Yeah. I don't know what's done to what. And so I'm tired of it. So this village idea that I put together is to answer all my issues that I have, and at the same time bring other people with me to all thrive. Because there have been a lot of people over the years have tried lots of different communities, whether it's spiritual or it's about making money or whatever it is. All I hear about all these things, they fail and collapse. Always problems, and that's just the way it is. You're dealing with people. You can have issues. So I created not only a design for a village built using just scoria rock, so it's inexpensive to build, it's strong. Everything that I'm building, I want it to be able to last, centuries. I want any home I build and anything I design to be built to be your safe place, your truly safe home. Like, forget about a stick frame home, catches fire. What are you gonna do? You got to leave the house. Let's say, like you lived in California and the Palisades fire and all this. You had to leave your house. Some people didn't even make it because of the smoke. People died. So everything I'm designing, it's like if there's any event, your safest place is your home. That's going to be it. Because, I designed, air filtration for smoke because I'm in Colorado. I've experienced New Mexico fires blowing smoke up here, and my skies were brown, and I'm inhaling smoke from a fire hundreds of miles away. And even Canada, a couple years ago, there were fires in Canada blowing smoke down here. And again, because of the Rocky Mountains and all, I guess the smoke just travels straight down, and the skies were literally brown from all the smoke. So not even fire in my own area, thankfully, but in case there's fires and you have smoke, I don't have air filtration systems right now in my house where I live. But I'm actually building one right now. I'm building an air exchanger, so I will have some filters on there. So that's being built, but my designs all incorporate systems to filter smoke out, so that if there is a fire, whether it's far or close, you can go into your house, close your windows and doors, and be safe, because the house is fireproof. Ideally you'll have the European windows, which I like a lot. The European windows have the built-in shutter system, the rolling thing, so you can roll down the metal plate that goes over your window, and it's all flush. Real nice design, and the windows open like doors and everything. And so I seen that everywhere when I was in Europe, and I was like, these are the freaking best windows. I don't know why we have the windows we have. because these
Well,
windows.
tell me
are
about these windows, man. I'm all windowed up now. Let me know about window.
Oh yeah, the windows. These windows they built in Europe. They use in Europe a lot. Pretty much when I went on my European vacation, I did Germany, France, Holland, and then back to Germany. But everywhere we went, they all had these same windows, and so there's a handle on it. If you turn the handle up position, you open the window from the top, so it allows ventilation. You turn the handle to the side on the window, it opens like a door, full open, so you could fully clean it and real easy to work with. It doesn't slide up like most traditional windows in the US. Those are the options. It opens like a door or it cracks open from the top. But then part of the window framing and everything, and it's not like a roll down gate you would see on a store where you got this big bulky piece. It's all flush in the window frame. So you pull a handle on the side and a shutter comes down from the top and covers your window. And so I've seen older models in Europe where that was made of wood, like these big, like 5-foot wide wood slats to cover the window. And then the more modern ones just have the metal. But I thought this is great. Like if you want to feel secure, like if you worry about intruders or something, easily shut your window and you got a piece of metal in front of your glass window. And then it opens like a door. So if you need to evacuate your home for whatever reason, that makes it really easy to just walk out, as long as you're not up high. But yeah, I fell in love with these windows. I think they're some of the, I don't know what the name of them are. I looked them up once because I wasn't ready to buy the windows, so I didn't really investigate that much. But I did see one company in the U.S., I think they were in California, that were importing them. Yeah, that's them. Obviously, they're different sizes. That looks like the basic model. But that's just the window. Like the other version has the shutter built into the window frame. And that's the big reason I like it, is because that shutter part. So if you're going to leave your house for a while, shut it. If there were an emergency of anything, shut it, It's just, the security you feel is like amazing. At least that's how I felt. Like all the hotels and Airbnbs I stayed at in Europe that all had those windows with the blind. Once that blind went down, once that shutter came down and shut all the light out too, like made it completely pitch black inside, it's just, I loved it. So yeah, and that's the whole mechanism. They're built heavy duty. I just
How many billions of dollars are they?
I don't really know, but that's just the standard window in Europe. Like I didn't see a window like we have in the US. That was like standard out there. Just like freaking autoclaved Aircrete is standard out there. They've been building for decades with Aircrete. It's autoclaved Aircrete though. It's the stronger manufactured brick. But yeah, when I first went to Germany, well, not my first, my second trip in 2010, I saw construction sites and they all were using cellular autoclave blocks for building. And I was like, holy shit, they've been on top of this forever. And then that's when I learned all the...
We got a double pane window about this. It's a big window. It's like 24 by 52, something like that. And it's going to be the kitchen window because it's a double glazed insulated, but it's just framed. It's not in a frame or does any of this funky hinging thing. And we saw on one of our Ambition Strikes, another channel that we do, and they had made a metal rectangle tube frame around it, mounted it in there, and then they were able to open it, kind of like a serving window and so on. So we go, all right, cool. And I found this at, what was it, Habitat for Humanity, Goodwill for building material kind of thing. And I was looking specifically for this. I walked $45, had exactly what I want, that. Gimme, licked it and everything. It's mine, okay? Took it, and we have this, and we're going to be building the kitchen window around that. But it may be worth paying an extra, a couple hundred, few $100 or whatever. I don't have to do nothing but buy one of these. I'm going, Well, that'd be cool. One less thing I got to do. So I'm going to do some checking on this, how many gazillions of dollars these are, because this, will work for a lot of things that I want to do. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
This
go to the last link I sent you on Zoom. I sent you 3. Just go to the last one, and it has the shutters. I was
okay. Let me see if I could do this.
Yeah, no, it's a great window. You're gonna freaking love it. It's yeah, it just makes sense. And again, like for cleaning, it opens like a door inside. So you open the whole thing, you can easily clean the whole inside. You don't have all these special windows that I gotta flip and flop so you can clean them.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. What is that? On Brave, yeah. Now I gotta set this up, another way. Yeah, whatever. All right, let me go ahead and do this.
I could send it to you a Telegram if that.
No, you send it to me. It's just when I open it from that, it goes into a different browser, and I gotta copy and paste it over.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Being a pain in my ass. All right, here we go.
Yeah, so it's a great. Let me see. Is that the window or door? I don't know.
Well, that's the last video you sent.
It's the shutter coming down. So.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and you'll see when it fully comes down, all those little gaps are going to be fully closed. I actually didn't see this full video. I'm assuming it's going to show that. Yeah, you see it? Dark.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guarantee that's not free.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be free, but it might not be as crazy. And when you think about, long term, things like that, just they pay for themselves in the end, If you got to go, you can shut them. You don't have to worry about animals breaking in or, human or 4-legged ones.
Right. Well, this is, I'm really appreciating this. Now, we want to get into what this is built up to, what it is that you're wanting to accomplish. Because this is, let me go back to where we're doing this here. Yeah. Now, are you making these trailers, or do you have a ready-made model that you're working from? How's that going?
We're getting prepared to make the first trailer. We have a chassis from an old motorhome. So the chassis is there. So the trailer part, we're gonna be taken from an old motorhome. The body's been removed already. So it's 18 feet long. So it's fine. The design you see there is meant to be 20 feet. And so what you're seeing in the design, I'll explain that real quick. On the far left, you're seeing this was the first concept. Again, when the idea came to me, I immediately, drew it out. And so that first image on top is the first thing I created when I had the idea, which was just last week. I came up with the idea. And so this idea is you have a trailer, you have the arms in there, like for the sliding pop-outs for a motorhome. And so those are in there, and they are for the purpose of getting on the highway. So the image you see on the bottom is fully extended, and then the image on the right is collapsed for highway travel. But I've decided the first model we're going to build where we're planning on building, so it's not going to be collapsible. It's just going to be a solid frame, because it'll make it much easier and faster to build, and a little less expensive, not having to put all the joints in there. I mean, hinges. So the image on the far left on top is the tubular frame that's going to make the shape. And the shape you're seeing is actually a perfect egg shape with the bottom cut off. So the bottom's been made flat, but the top is an arch that's an egg shape. And so the image next to the left is the tubular frame with a metal skin on it. Okay, so that's the metal skin. So, and what you don't see is the front and back plate. You know, it's showing open so people can see it, but the front would not be open. It'd be a solid plate there.
What kind of metal are you going to use?
It's going to be just some thin sheet metal, aluminum, you know, whatever's thin and cheap. And we'll
now, how are you bending these ribs? Do you have a bender, pipe bender? Is it round tube? Is it square tube? What are you doing?
The bending, I was inquiring. So I have one machine shop that has a CNC tube bender, and the other one is a muffler shop that also has a CNC pipe bender. And so I'm gonna go with.
Well, how close? You're out in the middle of what the hell, man? You got a flying car or something? I mean, you know, how far you got to go to get to the machine shop?
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be far. Actually, if the shop that's close to me gives me a good quote and all, you know, then that's literally in town, and so I could have the whole thing made in town because they make trailers. You know, it's a company in my town that they make trailers, so they're halfway. I just didn't inquire yet if they can build everything that I need built. So I'm still inquiring. I was just finished doing the design on this, and I think I'm 90% close to a full design. So I'll continue with the description. So after the second image, the third image you see is what it would look like after the rebar cage were placed. And that would be placed about 6 inches away from the sheet metal in the second image. And so then in the final fourth image is with the outer form. So you'll have the inner form, then you'll have the rebar cage spaced away from the wall, 6 inches, and then you'll have the outer form spaced another 6 inches away. So we're making 1 foot thick walls with the rebar directly in the center. That rebar cage in the third image is directly in the center of the Aircrete wall. And so the top of that form is open, and that's where the material gets poured in. So we'll have a conveyor belt that will pour the material in, and that will be vibrated down the walls. And the image on the bottom, you see those black things in the middle hoop. Those are speakers. Those are subwoofers. And so that's to create vibration. So you're seeing the image there without the sheet metal on, but the sheet metal would be on. And once the material were poured in, we could control the vibration with those speakers to settle the material. But it's more than that. I have another thing I'm doing with that, and it's cymatics. I don't know if it's going to work for the cymatic part. I know it'll work for the vibration. You know, you can vibrate the hell out of stuff with speakers. But the cymatics, certain frequencies may create geometry in the material that may be twofold. You'll have geometry created using sound waves, and then you also have the energy that's created because of the geometry. You know, that's why, like you see in a lot of
the crystalline structure of the materials and different whatever.
Yeah, that's why, like a lot of cathedrals, you see the stained windows. Those are actually cymatic patterns. You know, there's been a lot of evidence where people put frequencies through water, and the image it creates is exactly the same as the window. In a lot of cathedrals, you know, a lot of churches with those stained glass have those cymatic images built in, and it's quite amazing.
You know, I just saw, let's spend a little bit of time on that, because I just saw a lot of temples, ancient temples in Asia, different, you know, these different shapes that you just go, well, that's just kind of gaudy. I mean, you know, that's a little bit extra to what they're doing is it's representations of electromagnetic waves, you know, of magnetic lines, of, you know, all this kind of stuff that they're doing. They're directing something. You know, there's some energy component. There's some, natural. The closest you can come in is a lot of times you'll have sound going through a drum head, and you put sand on or metal filings or whatever, and they do patterns at different frequencies. Well, then it starts to different frequencies represent what you're seeing on this, ancient freaking temple. Then you go, how the hell? What was, So there's something going on. They're not telling us everything, just saying, But so this is what, Harry's interested in and he's tapping into. And I just, got a little interest in it. I don't want to get distracted off. I'll let Harry do it for me. But, but there is science there that people are starting to get. And that was one thing they were going, well, how did they move this? And how did they do that? Well, levitation with sound waves. There were some other technologies that, starting to come to the fore that we have either abandoned, been secret from us, civilization started over again 12,000 years ago after yada, yada, whatever. Well, Harry's open to that. So we listen to Harry. All right, keep going, man.
Yeah, so that's the other purpose of the speakers for me. It's first vibration for settling the material, because again the whole thing will be sheet metal on the inside, and what you're seeing there in that image is the outer ring on the left is the inside of the form, and then what you're not seeing is the outer form that goes on the outside. So the inner hoop with the black speakers, that's just an open cavity inside. You could like walk in there, So the sheet metal will be on the outside, and then there'll be another form on the outside. So that whole inside is an open cavity, and those speakers are facing towards the sheet metal. And so once that vibration gets started, the material we're pouring in from the top will just settle down.
So that inner hoop is just to support the speakers in certain places.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering what the heck that was for. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing vibration using. See, we have a concrete vibrator. Just a wand thing you put in the concrete, and it just does like your plasticizing thing. It just lays it out, and it works really well. But yeah, it's kind of isolated where you actually have it. And if I could see, I didn't even know you were doing the speaker thing, because you get it'll actually vibrate the living crap out of it. That's a good eye and did. Where'd you come up with that?
Just stuff I come up with, bro. It's just my intuition. A lot of it's intuition, and that, there's plenty. The first car I've ever experienced that had an incredible sound system was in 1987. This guy named Sal from Canarsie, he had this 77 Blue Impala, and he had the biggest speakers in this thing. You would hear this guy coming from 6 blocks away, but you would feel it. You would hear it and feel the bass. So remembering that feeling of being around his car, like a block away, you could feel the vibration. So that was the first thought, was instead of using, I have the same vibrators like a drill handle with a long black tube. They call it like a donkey dick. And it's for vibrating your cement. And if you do too much, you can blow out your forms when you're vibrating concrete. So you got to be careful with concrete. But, but that's like you just mentioned, it's a localized thing. So my whole concept behind this slip form and this trailer is basically a slip form. Instead of the slip forms they use for constructing buildings vertically, I'm going horizontal with it. And so because I could, after doing the 20-foot section, I could move it and do another 20-foot, making it 40 feet. Or build a longer trailer, which is the idea later after this first prototype, is to have like a 55-foot long trailer that we can, do the same thing all at once. So this 20-foot one is to prove the proof of concept that I'm going to be building. But the speaker idea for vibration, I came up with rammed earth. My thought was for rammed earth originally. Instead of ramming the earth, I know vibrations will make the soil consolidate better. It'll realign things. So I thought, and I didn't test this yet, but I felt I could get better compaction with the vibrations from speakers by, putting the speakers next to a wall that's going to be rammed earth or compacted with vibration. New name for it. But instead of tamping it and, the vibration, I thought might be faster way of doing it. Oh, yeah, that's a great video, too. Look at all the vibration from those speakers. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is, well, here you can hear it. Yeah, so it's just bass. It's just, imagine that inside. It's going to vibrate the living crap out of your walls. Maybe it'll start at 1 before you go to 11.
Well, no, the big thing is going to be what frequency I'm using. So they're just playing whatever random music, but I'll be playing frequencies that will be, like different tone frequencies. Like I might do a 7, the Schumann frequency, or whatever. There's a bunch of frequencies I'll be playing with to see which one, because I'm looking for not only the vibration but the cymatic patterns. If I can create the cymatic patterns in the wall, imagine if I could create some kind of geometry just from the sound that moves the material and then it just locks there. Like if that works like that, that would just blow my mind.
You might get patterns if you add some dye or something in it, different density of something. The pumice all of a sudden makes looks like a honeycomb, or
exactly.
No, I'm with you, brother. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. The kind of stuff Harry has time for. One less thing I got to do.
Yeah. I mean, I know I'm going to get the vibration. I'm just looking for the next step, which is the cymatic pattern.
Okay, now this is one thing we're looking at. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is one thing. Harry and I, check into each other on a regular basis or whatever. But this is one thing that he is about: building sustainable communities. And this is the one thing that I always wind up coming up to, is, all right, fine. You want to have your hippie commune of whatever the hell, that's cool. It's all voluntary as long as I don't have to pay for it, or I'm not doing it, or, make me go, or I can't leave, or whatever. I don't care. You do what you want. You do you. Everything's voluntary. No central plan for freedom. But you want me to come and be part of a community? I got 3 questions. What do I have to do? What am I prevented from doing? And what's your conflict resolution? How are you guys govern yourself? Somebody's got that cute 12-year-old kid that turned 15 and he's got his 2-stroke motorcycle terrorizing the whatever. Then what? I mean, so I'm just the community part of this. Now, you and your wife don't have children, right?
No.
So this is, a little bit different perspective, but, talk about what kind of community and you're looking, because you need people. You do your workshops, you have people come out and they help with stuff and do stuff, and you're building stuff. So how do you limit to your community? How do you build the community? What kind of a community are you looking for? Describe the future for us as all these, because you talk about corona mass ejections, we got technology. We need to go analog. Damn Raspberry Pi went out. I mean, whatever. And this is your mindset, which is more sustainable, and not just sustainable, the energy thing and all that. I mean, sustainable, it keeps freaking working, and you can fix it. And you don't have to get a computer tech from a company in Germany to fly out to fix your crap. I mean, so this is, where we share a lot of mindset. Give us your philosophy on this kind of stuff as we go into the future.
Excuse me. So the it started with me with the 3D printer that I'm working on redeveloping. So the printer, which will build cylindrical and dome structures, is ideal for this lavacrete material. So everything that you see in that image is designed to be built out of lavacrete. So we'll use the dome printer head. Will inexpensively, with only the labor of 2 people, can create multiple structures. And we're talking about we can have multiple printers creating multiple structures. And so the labor cost is massively lowered. Because the idea is to bury the structure. It's not to dig a hole, build it, and then cover it. It's to build a platform, build the structure on the platform so we're above ground. So if there's any flooding or whatever, we're a few feet above ground level, and then to backfill it with rammed earth. It'll be stabilized soil. The soil that gets filled in between all the structures will have cement in it, up to 10 to 15% Portland cement, and that'll be compacted. So not only is the lavacrete structure 1 foot thick walls for the hallway tunnels, which the image there doesn't really show well. I'm going to send you another image while we talk through your Telegram so you can have these other images. The images I'm going to send you are my actual CAD designs that I took and had AI create the images, but they didn't really create it exactly like the CAD shows. But the concept now is that the entire complex, I calculated, if to build everything you see there out of lavacrete, we're well under $1 million. Well under. We're about $600,000 in the scoria rock and the Portland to build that entire complex. And that's just obviously for the shell, for the domes and the arch. We're not talking about all the conduit and the flooring and all that stuff. Just the actual structure itself for that entire complex is in that price range. Now, the idea behind it is not only fast construction using the slip form. We're looking at fast construction using the printer, the printer for the domes. So we have very fast construction. We have very inexpensive and very strong materials. So next is the rest of the design for the complex is I should really have my CAD file here. The design for the complex has everything we need. We have our greenhouses for growing food. We have our multiple sewage system, a multi-stage system where we can have first independent incinerating septic systems that each home gets, as well as a central biodigesting system that when things are in normal operations in the village, all your waste would go to the biodigesting tank that will do its thing and create methane gas that we can harvest and use for gas burning lanterns on top of the park for just nostalgic, cool effect. Also, that fuel could be used for generators or any other thing for cooktops can be using the methane gas that the biodigester works. Now,
these are a lot of the details, but the goal is not just a single family. We're living on the lone prairie and we have a natural community of whoever's doing it around us. It's an intentional community thing with the benefit of labor and a central plan of, make use of whatever the hell, waste and so on. That is the goal, right? But why? What is it? You're going to have the bunker survival of the silo of Harry. I mean, what is it that you're trying to create?
Yes, you're right. I went into details. So what the reason I'm looking to create this village, and originally the whole concept started with wanting to create a better bunker, right? Because there's enough people in the world that are buying bunkers, building bunkers, and are concerned about either human catastrophes or just global catastrophes. So they want a bunker, right? So I looked at all these different bunkers and I didn't like any that I saw. Some of the best bunkers, what's considered best, are these steel bunkers, You know, they weld them up, they dig a big hole, they bury them, and you got this airtight bunker that's all made of steel. Number one, for me, the steel is an issue because I am concerned about the CMEs, which the Earth has been being hit by. So if you live in a steel box, you're screwed. You're toast, literally. And
Yeah.
so I don't want to live in steel. Steel also is very, very bad for your energetic body, for the biomagnetic field we all have. You don't want to be inside steel. A lot of people don't know this. I have spoken about this in the past in one of my videos, and explaining why it's better to live in an organic structure or concrete, but you don't want to have steel in an all steel structure, you know, like these bunkers. And so then I saw some other bunkers that were really nice in design, you know, and fairly inexpensive, you know, like $30,000 maybe, but they were very small. Like the look was great, like it looked nice, but the reality is, if you had to stay there longer than a week, you probably go nuts, because it's a small space. And so a lot of people are fooled by the look of this because it looks nice, but they're not really taking into account if they actually had to live in this space. And how much storage do you actually have for food? How long could you actually survive in these bunkers? And so that's a big question. And so the answer is not a long time in any of them. You know, you're looking at a few weeks, right? And obviously, best case scenario is you didn't have to live in the bunker, you know, but let's just go with worst case scenario that you do have to, maybe for a month, right? We'll just say maybe shit has hit the fan. People are going nuts, wars, the planet's flipping on its axis, whatever the hell's going on. Can you really live in these bunkers for a long time? And can you thrive? No. So my solution to it was this village. My solution is the bunkers are designed for, in the event something happens, you have to get to your bunker. I'm like, I want to just live in my bunker the whole time so I don't have to worry. So I'm always in my safe place. So that was how it started for me as far as the thought as to what is it I want. I want to have the safety of a bunker, but I don't want to be a rat in a box trapped in a bunker. I want to have the freedom. So how do I do that? We make it bigger. But I can't afford to make a bit. I'm not Bill Gates or any of these billionaires that are building bunkers everywhere. I'm just, you know, I'm just me. I got a low budget. So how do I do it? I have to get other people involved. So I have to come up with a design, come up with a concept, come up with a plan, which is the contract, which is the thing I sent you. I sent you some of my CAD renderings.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, and
I think
right
Donna's got
above the CAD renderings is the latest cooperative agreement, which I freaking love. I think is incredible. And it's how the only way I can see different people coming together and working and thriving together. So now my whole thing was, I don't have the finances to build what I want, to have my own, you know, place, you know, designed and built the way I want it. So I need to be part of a community, which is great, because if you're really concerned about survival, it's difficult to do it just two people. Real true survival, I mean, not just survival, but I want to go beyond survival. I want to thrive, right? And so to thrive takes a community, to really thrive the way I envision. And I've designed this. You know, what you're seeing in the design is just the physical, how the structure would look, but not the actual social engineering that I have in the contract of how people will work together, how people will donate time, you know, how when things are normal, which is the idea, is that everything will stay normal. And the massive benefits you get is you're not living in electrofog. By living in this structure that's been buried, it's not dug into the ground, but it's covered by ground. So I just want to
cooperative charter membership and occupancy agreement corporate bylaws. Sounds like paperwork. All right. So I got just 3 questions. In this, what is it that I have to do? You are required to what?
You have to contribute 15 hours a month towards the many different things that can happen. Because the idea is, this is not only a home.
Can I bring my Optimus robot and have him do it for me?
Oh, yeah, we would love that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, So, you see, there's a lot of these little things. I mean, is it a social investment thing? Is it a financial thing? Is it because you just need to do it thing? What you need is labor or robots or whatever, to be able to add to the function of certain tasks. That's what you're really requiring to make it work.
This
right?
is the beauty of it. So let's say you invest. It's anywhere between 150 and 500,000 for a unit. Depends on the unit, the size, blah blah blah. So after that, and then we're looking at a low $1,000 a month maintenance fee. Okay, that's what you have to pay. You have
Not
to
that low.
you have to pay. Yeah, well, for you'll hear what you're getting. So it's extremely low. So you have to buy the unit, and you have to pay the $1,000 monthly maintenance fee. Now, for the fee, you're getting all the internet. You're getting, and everything's underground, so you're protected from electrofog, from the tens of thousands of satellites in space bombarding us with radiation, because of the soil that's covering everything. Number one, the lavacrete itself protects you from a lot of radiation. And then that lavacrete is going to be covered with a few feet of soil. So you get a lot of protection. The idea for the underground community is there is no wireless underground. Everything is Ethernet connected. So yeah, you have computer and all that shit, but the idea is you are in a safe zone from wireless. There's no wireless Wi-Fi underground. You can have that above ground. Nobody cares. But underground, part of the mindset is that that's been removed. Okay, now the 15 hours, what you're seeing is the living quarters and working quarters. And there are other structures that are not in the design that are part of it, which are these 100-foot diameter structures that are above ground, and they are basically the commercial space that's available for us. So the community, number one, we grow our own vegetables. Okay, so we have multiple greenhouses, which again, I don't have the design in those images, but there's multiple greenhouses. We have vertical grow towers in those greenhouses, and we have greenhouses that will house trees as well as orchards outside, not in greenhouses. So the big thing is food to grow. So we'll have, the idea is to be more than abundant. We have much food. So those 15 hours that you and Donna are required combined, because you need to be a family of 3 or more to have to combine more hours. So combined, each residence, each home only has to contribute 15 hours a month. You could do that all in one day or spread it out, and that's just the minimum requirement. So we need the labor to maintain everything that we need. So the idea is you'll never have to pay full price for food again. All the food, you'll know where it's coming from. It'll be fresh and organic. We'll have more vegetable varieties than are in supermarkets because they don't have shelf life. But growing and harvesting the same day you're going to eat it is going to be able to expand the amount of different vegetables that you can grow. Because our system now that the country has is all around the vegetables that will survive transportation. And there are a lot of really good tasting vegetables and healthy vegetables that don't survive, that are perfect for this type of village design. So the food is covered. As far as vegetation, we have fruits and vegetables growing. Tons of grow towers, tons of space. That's number one key. So right there, that has been taken off of your monthly bill. So now you don't have to ever buy fruits and vegetables again, because the village is providing everything. And your 15 hours and everyone else's 15 hours that they have to contribute goes towards planting the seeds, harvesting, maintaining, just doing what has to be done. Now we have our dairy department. So we have our goats, we have our dairy cows, and we have that aspect. And again, those 15 hours that everyone contributes goes towards milking the animals, goes towards creating cheese for food for people, so now we have that. So we have our vegetables, our fruits, we have our dairy, our milk and cheese, and all organic, raw. If you want it pasteurized, it's optional. And the other massive benefit is this village is designed to be in New Mexico. My friend who has the land out there, he's excited about this idea. So it's designed to be in the New Mexico area. So we have our food. Now, as a cooperative, we work together to get discounts. So now for meat, we're not going to raise, beef. We will raise small animals and get used to that, like rabbits and guinea pigs. These animals are big food sources in other countries. They're the main protein source in a lot of countries. But they're very easy to raise, guinea pigs and rabbits. And obviously rabbits bang like rabbits. Also chicken coop, big chicken coop for eggs as well as meat. So now the idea for this village is we'll be able to provide all our eggs and all our chicken meat. We'll raise on site. So right there, that $1,000 a month doesn't seem like anything for maintenance because you don't have to buy groceries now. I, on a carnivore diet, was spending $1,500 a month because I was eating ribeyes all day. So it was expensive. But as part of a cooperative, the whole cooperative can get together, and whoever wants meat, now we can buy a whole freaking cow, and butcher it ourselves on site. And so we're saving money on meat.
Okay, so it's a farm. You're going Amish. Everybody's, kind of contributing. This is part of your homeowner association. You're kind of a serf to yourself. Now, that's what I am really interested in. I can, get an idea of surviving, not being too hot, too cold, too hungry, too thirsty, too dirty, too whatever, and you're living the life, and you have a responsibility to take care of yourself and then a little extra add to the community. So I get that. My thing is I'm going, okay, where's the conflict resolution? What can't you do? You got a list of thou shalt nots? Is it 10 commandments that you're not allowed to? What are those?
It's more of thou shalt have the freedom to do what thou shalt wishes to do. So that's the idea. Is as far as the social engineering part of it, is the entire complex is designed to not only provide you with the necessities, shelter and food, right? Obviously there's a whole plan for water. Like when I'm completed, like this design will just be insanity of the most beautiful kind. And so the idea is to now also, before we get into thou shalt not, thou shalt have the opportunity to create your own business, because a lot of the domes and the commercial structures will have welding shops, wood shops, 3D printing farms for 3D printers. So we want to create the business and have the residents operate the businesses, and everybody, after the expenses have been taken care of and whatever has to be done, the profits gets divided amongst everybody in the cooperative. So everyone grows financially together. So the idea is, if we're making all this food, we're growing this food, right? In the town this village will be built in, we'll also on that property create a store that people will learn about, that there's all fresh, organic, grown, and harvested the same day you're going to go shop. So people can go to our supermarket and buy our produce and things that's been grown by our people, all fresh, organic, naturally, and proven, and the best of the best. You know, even the chickens and everything will be eating microgreens and black soldier fly larvae, so high protein. The eggs will be dark, you know, yolks. You'll see the difference in the quality of food. Because I've done all that experiment myself.
Yeah, no,
we've
been there.
Yeah, so I've done it here, so I know what that entails. And so that's why it's all been incorporated into this design. So now that we have the ability to manufacture, the idea is the village will be a made in the USA company, right? Where the people who live there have the freedom, because they only have to do 15 hours mandatory work in anything they want. And we encourage people with businesses or without to start a business, because we have that 15 hours of labor. You know, it's going to be spread out. The unit's designed for 100 people. I mean, 100 structures, but it could be multiple people in each structure. And so with that labor force and that minimum of 15 hours, that's basically free labor you have. So the people aren't worried because they have to do the labor, whatever it is, you know, part of their 15-hour requirement. They're getting their food and everything. Maybe they have a job, or maybe they quit their job and work here to start their own business, because they'll be able to. They could operate the 3D printing farm, right, where there's a bunch of 3D printers.
Well, this gets into where, you know, there's always that one some bitch that doesn't want to or can't or didn't and changed his mind or divorce of whatever the hell, and conflict resolution. What kind of a governing structure is there?
There is a conflict resolution section in the contract. I think there's a table of contents on the top. So the conflict resolution is pretty it's common sense, you know. Number one, everyone is to treat everyone with respect. You know, that's again
rule one. Don't be a dick.
Yeah, that's part of social engineering. I mean, it's common sense, but in this country, like I mentioned before, there have been a lot of communities that they've tried and they failed. And the idea is you have the freedom to do what you want, right? And part of that freedom is also with the elderly. We want to have the elderly come live. We want the elderly to not be sent away to an old age home. We want families to be able to stay together. And if you're a family and you have someone who's growing old and needs help, part of the community, we want to have nurses that buy in and live here, is everyone is to socialize. Everyone walk around the complex. You know, there's a bunch of 13-foot tall, 12-foot wide hallway tunnels to exercise in, to walk around. There's a whole park above the complex, but just the underground portion would be like the Star Trek Enterprise. Its layout is very similar in that, so very modern in that sense. But the idea is people would not only part of their 15 hours could be checking in on other people, making sure some elderly have their medicines.
Okay, let's go ahead and read this. Section 1.1, membership philosophy. This is what I'm looking for. Membership in Esperanza Azul Cooperative. Now, what does that stand for? Azul is like blue or something, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's my friend's, his daughter is named Esperanza, and his son is named Azul.
Oh, cool. Membership in Esperanza Azul Cooperative is a privilege rather than an automatic right. The cooperative seeks individuals and families who embrace its mission of cooperation, integrity, self-sufficiency, innovation, shared prosperity, and mutual respect. Every member contributes to the long-term success of the village through participation, responsibility, and a commitment to the well-being of the community. I have heard this before my entire life in any kind of collective commune effort of whatever. And it always comes down to who's ultimately, makes the rules. What committee, what group think, democracy, is there a republic? Is there like a basic fundamental, doesn't matter if the majority are, universal, unanimous demand that you gotta and you can't and you always and you never and all this stuff. So I can see this with people that are of the same mindset, the same religion, the same culture, the same focus on things, the same. And I'm wondering what that is. It is,
In this case, it's the organic food that's grown, because again, for me, every time I go to the supermarket, I'm sickened. There's nothing organic. Everything's GMO this, GMO that, and I don't want it. So those people who want to eat cleanly and know what's in their food, there's no hormones and steroids or all that nonsense. Just that aspect alone would attract people. That's just one of the aspects of the community. That's may be different than other communities that might have that same, philosophy.
Well, the reason I bring this up is that I have been having these conversations from all over, well, certainly North America, Canada, Mexico, United States, and I've talked to some people like what used to be Yugoslavia, and they went through all that war and all that kind of stuff, Belarus, and then we have people from all over the world. And this is the main, what I always have those three questions. What do I have to do? What can I do? And what's your conflict resolution? And you get it really clear in the first, well, we'll figure it out. I go, yeah, well, when you figure it out, let me know. Well, it looks like you're kind of getting it figured out here, but there is, what you got to do is be an add, not a subtraction. You got to be worth having around or something. But then you get into where you say here, you go in able-bodied. Every able-bodied household shall contribute 15 hours. Okay, I'm not able-bodied. I have a disability. The government says I get a check and I'm sitting here on my butt and, and what are you going to do about it? Uncle Sam said. So, it's just, you're looking for,
that's fine.
Somebody.
And that's covered. We have that because you can be maybe not able-bodied, but your mind and your voice is fine. And so that's in there where if you aren't able to do it, you can cover it by paying a fee, extra fees to have, those 15 hours covered by someone else. Or again, just donating your time. Maybe you have experience in the machine shop, right? You're a machinist, so you could teach. You can guide people. You can't physically do it, but you're mentally capable.
No, I understand, Harry, but I mean, sometimes you just got lazy. I want to play video game, 22-year-old, worthless pieces of crap.
That's why there's an approval to even get into the place. For buying or renting, you need to be approved by the board. The board starts as the property owner, and then after, and everything has been listed in there. I covered it. It took me weeks to get all this written.
No, I'm sure you did. That's why I'm asking. Tell me.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm telling you. So the whole thing was designed so that the village is more for people who are motivated, right? So if you're lazy, you may not get approved, because we're doing background checks too. We have to. Because I ran into problems with people. Had I done a background check, I would have known not to even mess with them. They're people that looked fine, but you do a background check. I had a lot of problems with somebody last year. And I won't get into it, but had I done a background check on that person, I could have saved myself so much problem. So the village will definitely be doing background checks on people, and we're really looking more for people who are motivated to be part of the community, not to come in and be lazy, but to come in and put in your minimum 15 hours, not much, and because of that, you're getting free food, that's grown by everyone else that's part of the community. So
this is a long-term thing. You put a lot of work into it, as you do everything that you do. This is one thing that we did. I want to share this. When we did Pirates Without Borders, there was a lot of emphasis on this very thing. And one thing we did, one of the last letters that we did, it was the letters of Captain Mark and Reprisal. Reprisal is kind of the, female character of it and has a female perspective. But letters of Reprisal, it was called Scuttlebutt. And the whole point of this was your reputation precedes you. And you have this app that you get, and you can even rank the ratings of other people. Like if I go, Harry says this person's a dick, well, that, is like a 9.2 out of 10 of what his opinion is. Probably is going to be what I think also. So you can rate, like if you got somebody's ex-girlfriend up there saying, how bad he is in bed and whatever, I'm I don't care. That's not, my point. But the whole point of this scuttlebutt is like gossip, whatever. And it's a Yelp eBay review on everybody. But it's not from the Crown. It's not, I don't care about the background check of the FBI that did the whatever, the kind of people that engage with them. People, sometimes that's like a resume for pirates. They go, heck yeah, I'm not taking your shot. Kiss my ass, So who do you believe? Who do you honor their opinion? Well, in the community, certainly the building community or community of communities, what you're trying to do, who's going to be an ad? Who's a hard worker, who is not a dick, who's not a pedophile, who's not, a lecherous, scumbag piece of crap kitten killer. I mean, this is, things that you need to know. Well, if you have this Yelp eBay review system that we describe here, well, people are starting to work on that. There was a woman, it's a long story, but they have been working on this for the Liberty community, for community like yours, to where it's not, do your background check, and he smoked marijuana and got caught at 17 in the park of whatever in the city of who gives a crap. A lot of these things really don't matter as much as someone in the community that and respect their judgment that goes, you do not want this person around, or you do. Whoever gets that person wins. So this is what I see evolving. It's coming because it's necessary for exactly what you're talking about, which is why we did this. It's called The Fourth Letter of Reprisal Scuttlebutt on pirateswithoutborders.com. So in there, that might be of use, but I'm seeing the future of this coming for just this reason. Because if you're going to build a community, what makes it work or not work? Well, in a municipality, you get your zoning and your thou shalt nots and your lawn Nazis and what you have to and can't and conform to the whatever the homeowner association. And then you get Karen in charge of the homeowner association. You're like, oh, great. So I'm just wondering how it is that it's kind of self-selecting, and it's got to be clear up front. Now, we've done our Jackalope Freedom Festivals. We've done a lot of different things. And what we learned is that if no one's in charge, so everybody is, it kind of works out. It does okay right up until, you can't have nice things. There's always that one guy, one gal, one couple, one group, one segment of something that just, they're not the kind of people you wish to socialize with. Well, how do you excommunicate them? How do you get them in? How do you get them out? How do you? And what is the ultimate goal? So for you, the ultimate goal is construction, creating a sustainable food supply, to live in quiet peace of your domicile space of leave me aloneism. What is your ultimate goal by which you metric success, Harry?
Yeah, that would just be being able to do what you want with your life, not having, I worked for the phone company for 25 years. I had to get up every morning, go to work, and, and all that other stuff. So, like, now I'm retired. I still need to make money. I'm retired from the phone company, but I need to make money to get things done. And all that, if I could have invested in living in a village that I can have all my food there, I don't have to worry about food. I know it's organic and it's grown right there. I'm the one helping to grow it and harvest it. And this is the mindset of the people we're looking for to come. There's a lot of people in the world, right? Not everybody is going to be meant for the village. Just because you got money doesn't mean you're going to get into the village. There's going to be maybe some kind of test or something, some kind of psychological test to see where people's mindset at, I don't really know about that part.
Now, there has to be a way to get rid of the infection. You know, there's always the infection. I mean, you'll have, because I remember when the Levolution was going on during the Ron Paul Revolution, everybody was just very positive. They're all come together. Man, this is great. I want all of you as neighbors. We all need to live on the same. Come on, Ernie. You know, we get to listen to you blabber every night. Campfire. I'm going, oh, yeah, what makes you think I want to blabber? So, you know, this is, yeah, which I probably do. But, you know, what happened was they were really enthusiastic about that. And some of the older people had experiences in the 70s in some kind of a collective living structure. And I go, well, why aren't you there? What happened? Well, there was this guy. Well, there's always that guy. Yep. You know, there's always that couple. There's always that, you know, domestic fight of whatever and kids doing whatever. Oh, my God, you know. So it takes a village, you know, maybe to keep a village together. But is keeping the village together the ultimate point? Is it individual liberty? Is it quiet enjoyment of your property? Is it? What is the primary goal? Yeah. Because a lot of times when things are getting bad economically, the primary goal is not die. I mean, you know, so you're willing to put up with some other stuff, you know, so you don't die. I mean, you know, there's that. So you can, you know, live and continue in next generation, do something different and better. So this is what I'm seeing. And as Donna and I are doing a lot of this on our own, an unintentional community, we see the benefit of that, but we also see the benefit of more intentional communities as well. And there's, you know, and how do you ease in and out of that? And I'll tell you the one thing, the suggestion that I have, there has to be a conflict resolution, a mechanism by which you can cut the cancer out. There's a community in Texas, we have good friends that, you know, do there, and it's more built around Generation Next. It's a school thing. So it's really all built around the school for the children, and they have a community that they build up and a bunch of anarchist libertarians, whatever, doing it. And they're technically, you know, savvy. They got, you know, a lot of cool things going on. But it's still that goal. You know, it's the children thing. Well, anything that threatens that, well, what do? They have a mechanism by which, and you're gone. Well, then you don't really have property rights. What do you invest in? You're kind of always perpetual leasing, renting of you're not allowed to be here. Then there was in Northern California, you know, James Corbett, you know, suggested I talk to him. He talked to him about something else, and then we became friends with this guy, and he was a tech guy that went to work and then came to his canyon up there and building up food production to supply about 25 families, you know. And he's like, okay, so well, he made it to where you can't get him, you know, vote him off his land because he had experience with another group. They didn't like the guy. It was kind of his, and kind of, we vote you out and you're not on your own property. So Aircrete Harry's living on his own canyon off somewhere else after he got it up to where he wanted, and they didn't like Aircrete Harry. You know, so I'm just going, wow. Then there was a Quebec one in south of Montreal that what he and his father, it was a father-son team, built. It was like 80 acres or something, and they sold individual property lots that was theirs. Then they had the option of joining the homeowner association, which is really a co-op for agriculture. It was like, if you do that, it's kind of what you're talking about, how much time you spend on it. Then they were the ones that marketed and distributed and sold the food for the co-op of the community, but you had private property, and then there was community price. So there's all of these. I've been doing this for years, looking for this kind of thing. That's why I asked, okay, do you have children? Well, that changed total perspective. I mean, you know, on what, you know, people that come or don't and why and all that kind of stuff. So I know the value of a community, the diversity of skills and abilities, the collective mind of injecting all kinds of ideas into things, and then the energy behind an idea that somebody has. Well, you're a really good example of that. You know, this is my idea. I'll make it work because I'm Aircrete here. I'm going to make it work. Watch this, you know. And then you inspire other people that want to take your energy and what you've learned and put it with something that they can add. They have the land. They may got some resources. They may got, you know, a desire for a community or what. I get it. And especially as we're going into third freaking thermonuclear, oh my God, war depravity of artificial robot come kick your ass bullshit, you know, with the poison everywhere. So I'm with you, brother. But I'm definitely looking at the longevity of a project like this, because what are we thinking? My 4 children and my 12 grandchildren. Hell, I got enough community, or, you know, just with my freaking family. So on 18 acres. So this is where we overlap a great deal, but it's always the devil's in the details, you know, and you look there. How close are you to actually want to start this community and the resources or people you're creating it? Because the first thing is the agreement. I see you got your agreement. You start with that, and people that can, you know, and they may have some influence. Well, for $100,000, I'd like to change this word. I mean, you know, that kind of crap. So it is and then you got to be careful there, because why do they want to do that? But the you have this opportunity. Are you just now starting to market it? Are you developing it? Are you starting to ask for participation? Do you have an online forum and community? At what stage are you on this, Harry?
This is stage 1. I'm first time talking about it publicly, and so this was step 1. The printer I'm working on and the slip form, once those 2 pieces of equipment are completed, then I'll have the tools necessary for the construction, and then it's just a matter of the investment. So the idea was to completely design the whole village the way I envision it and the way it would function, because there's some cool aspects to the village I think are cool, that are I think would attract people to it, because it's my idea. I try to modernize the whole concept, the whole village, and the way it works. I was thinking about Star Trek, and I was thinking about, man, wouldn't it be cool those food replicators were real, and you just, and then your food.
Here they come.
So what I did, as close as I could get to a food replicator, was I want to incorporate a pneumatic tube system in the complex. So all of the farmhouse and greenhouse and shops and every home is all connected via these 12-inch diameter pneumatic tube system, where you can wake up. I'll give you an example. What happens? You wake up one day in the morning, you want breakfast, you got nothing in your fridge, you go over to your terminal, every house will have, and you put, you know, you want some tomatoes, and you want some milk, and you want some of this, and whoever's working their 15 hours is going to harvest those fruits for you. This guy's going to go harvest that milk. They're going to put it in the pneumatic tube system, and it's going to fly to you 40, 60 miles an hour. And then in no time, at your place, your delivery is going to come. And so that was as close to Star Trek as I can get, as food popping up there. So also, I imagine there will be restaurants, you know, owners will want to start a restaurant. So you go order from the restaurant, and you get food really cheap, because the restaurant's not charging you for the produce, just for their labor, just whatever they feel their time and labor is worth. But the food in the community, you're not paying for the food, just the labor to make the food. So it's really inexpensive, unless they choose just to give people free food, whatever. There's different plans I have for that, because there's different domes inside that are open to the air. I'm jumping around, but the point is that that was my version of adding something that I think is very modern. I'm taking a technology from the 1800s that worked fabulously. Even today, it still works in Disney World. They use pneumatic tubes for removal of garbage. You know, people just throw their bags of garbage in the tube, and the tube just flies the garbage to where it's got to go. So I have a system designed, and in my more detailed CAD rendering, I have all the pneumatic tubes going from the floor system up into each of the homes, and going to all the different commercial places. Yeah. And so those were simply for mail and money at the banks, but they get very large. In fact, there were some pneumatic tubes that were built in the early 1800s that were trains, you know, in England. Oh, in fact, in New York City, they had a pneumatic tube. It was a train that worked from air pressure. So the technology's old. I think bringing it back would and use it the way I want to use it really modernizes it and brings you a level of comfort and just ease living in the village, where if you don't want to get out, you know, 15 hours is nothing. You could spend the rest of your time, you know, learning hobbies or practicing music or doing whatever, because you're not worried about food. So this is part of the mentality that a lot of these other cooperatives and villages that you've spoken about, it differs from them, because I feel there's even less stress with this concept, because you only required 15 hours. After that, you could be locked in your house the whole time or do whatever the hell you want. You know, you're free to do as you wish. And I think that's going to be a big change, because there'll be things that people are doing and you might want to go join them because they're doing something cool that interests you. There'll be so many hobbies and so many abilities, so many different types of shops for creating and building things. And you can have, anyone has a thought, we're going to encourage them to go build it, or go to the shop and talk to them about building it. So anyone who lives in the community that has an idea for something will be able to accomplish it. Like, I have many ideas, but I can't accomplish them because I don't have the tools or the money or the experience, where ideally all that will be in the village, and you'll be able to instantly create what you want. That's the beauty that I see in my vision for the village.
You know, this is, you know, think big or go home. I mean, you know, I'm in, man. And we did kind of the same thing. Well, here, I'll show you. What we did was we looked at what areas of technology serves, you know, the people. You know, how does that work? You know, what is it that we need? And it came down to communication, energy, shelter, food, water, healthcare, transportation, automation, and education. And this was so important to me to understand that this was how we were able to be free. The first thing was always communication. If you go into communication and you'll see, all right, here's all the stuff, different communication things, you know, different private, encrypted, long-range satellite, mesh, network, whatever crap, you know, all kinds of communication stuff. Energy, how you could decentralize yourself and the energy. Oh, there's some sodium batteries that are coming up. It's going to be fast charge, quick, cheap, fat, you know, that's one thing. You use solar a lot, don't you, Harry?
Yes, I'm off grid. So
I mean, are you seeing things are getting easier, quicker, plug and play, cheaper? I mean, what's your experience?
As far as the solar system, no, I can't. I mean, my only experience is the one solar system I bought with the Iron Edison batteries that I'm still very happy with. And that's really it. I don't have any experience with it. What I will say is my village will have the parabolic trough solar system to heat the tube up, because you can get water up to like 700 degrees. And so the village will have that type. We're not going to use photovoltaic. We're not going to create electricity. We're going to create heat and store it in our sand batteries and use that for heating the homes, heating the water. And that can also be used for creating steam to power generators. That's another option, is steam powered generators. And so yeah, that's one of the ideas, is to move away, because the storing the energy is way more efficient than storing the electric. So photovoltaic solar opposed to the parabolic, solar radiation. I forget what that system's called. Yeah, that's exactly it. To be able to store your heat in the sand, a cheap source. It'd be easy for you to make one of these systems yourself.
Yeah, no, we're down on it. I think that's what's going to happen. For a lot of things, at least heating the hot tub during the winter just as an experiment, because with the photovoltaic we get a lot of extra. Like now, and if you just put a hot water heater element in the bottom of a big tank of sand, and you can heat that thing up to, oh my God, melting whatever, and then use the winter. In fact, the Norway, the Netherlands, Sweden, whatever, this is how they do entire neighborhoods. They just heat up sand, and then keep it through the winter. So that's a thing.
The thing for me that with the solar is with the concern with the CMEs or EMP could knock out solar systems, knock out the power. So the stand system is more of an analog system. It's more mechanical. You don't have to worry about a fucking dial that pops somewhere and nothing's working now because it's some little electrical component. So it's also about the redundancy and what is more efficient and longer lasting and has less problems. And that's the solar system. Heat up the water with the sun, and then store it in a battery and then utilize that for steam generator for power or whatever. We're not going to turn away, photovoltaic. We'll still use that. But that won't be the main source of power, solar power.
Well, the point that I was making is that our idea of looking to the technology that's going to provide us with the decentralization possibility of exactly what you're talking about, and have a high standard of living. We're not losing anything. You got the communication. Satellites are already doing that. That's how we were able to move on the land when Starlink really became a thing. We got our own private mesh network. We're able to build our own shelter. We're producing our own energy. We're getting into the food thing now with the root cellar in the gardens and the orchard and all that kind. We're getting ready for that. And then healthcare, quit poisoning yourself with crap food. That'll help right there. Transportation, we're always, I want my flying car, damn it. Just out of principle, I got a airstrip that we built out here, just cause. And then automation. I don't have a problem with Jarvis, but I don't want Alexa. I want my own AI or my own robot or my own Arduinos or my own little device that opens up the, chicken door at what time and closes to whatever. I don't want to have to actually go do it myself if I don't have to. And then, of course, education, communication comes in with that. It's just focus on Generation Next. So this is why we did this, to show that, and a lot of in here is a whole bunch of Harry, you go in here on the shelter part, you'll find Harry in here throughout the whatever somewhere. And this is why we were inspired by a lot of the things that you're doing, and the reason why you're doing it. And it doesn't matter if we choose not to live in whatever community that you guys develop, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to rip off everything you learned in the process. So it's in the end, what do you think as things are going here in America and your experience and being in Brooklyn, and now it's gone socialist, but what is your experience telling you the future is going to be? What do we got to prepare for?
If we look at all these data centers that are going up, I feel the main reason for those centers is to eliminate our water. So I think water is going to be huge. And this was spoken about by a while ago, that Texan guy, bald head guy, I forget. I remember he mentioned, he first time I heard anything about water, he was saying water is going to be the biggest commodity, even more than gas in the future. And now I see these data centers going up everywhere. I've been looking at these maps that show where they all are, and the thousands and thousands of gallons of water they're using for cooling, which is just ridiculous. So I see atmospheric water machines are going to be huge. in the near future for being able to get clean water. You're gonna have to take it out of the air, filter it, and then drink it, because there may not be any water left in these aquifers. I think it's a intentional thing to reduce the water, because the quantities they're referring to, I mean, the size of these structures they want to build for these data centers, you're talking about they're miles in size. It's just insane. And so I think that's going to be a very, within the next few years, a problem that we'll start seeing. And to be ahead of that, you're just going to need yourself one of these atmospheric water generators. There's a few companies out there now producing them.
Yeah, we checked into it, especially in Arizona. They just can't produce enough to make it worthwhile. That's why we're.
I mean,
doing the
they
rain thing.
produce. It's just they're not going to be as efficient, you know. So instead of 500 gallons, if you could get, 75 gallons out of the machine that you store, it's great, because you won't turn the machine
No,
off.
I'd be ecstatic. I get 75 gallons a day, but none of this, like 5 or 2 or something.
Yeah.
That's
Because
happening.
most of them are designed for the high. Well, not they function great in high humidity. Like the first machine I was interested in was made by Moses West from Texas, and his atmospheric generator was able to produce 1,800 gallons of water a day, but that's in
Whoa.
a high humidity area. But if we take that same machine and put it in an area with 5 or 10%, it's still going to produce, If you're not getting 1,800, like I said, if you could get even 50 gallons that's constantly filling your tank up, it's good to go.
Well, the biggest thing is we're all going to die for lack of energy right up until they need it for tech centers, and all of a sudden here comes all the nuclear and fusion and energy they ever want, because those want it. Doesn't matter if you want it or need it. They want to sell their oil that they got a monopoly on. So this is so I'm seeing, we just had for 4th of July, there was a program that was started like in October by the Trump administration to seed whatever. Anyway, they turned on a bunch of nuclear plants. Safe, modular, put it on a trailer, take my neighborhood that has all the power forever and ever and always. This is, energy is going to be a thing. And I think that's going to get solved. They've been holding that off. You want to kind of get an idea what you're dealing with. This is, go watch, what do they call it? Chain Reaction with Keanu Reeves and Morgan Freeman. That movie, Chain Reaction, was all about suppressing the technology that would give unlimited power to humanity. They, them, those, T3 do not want that. You're not allowed to be, that gives you freedom. We can't have that, So this is what I think is the next break is going to be away from centralization, is the democratization of the horizontal development of energy production. And that's what's happened with solar. The solar has allowed us to do what we're doing. If it wasn't for that, I'm not going to be running generators forever, So the solar, we turned on our generator today, as a matter of fact, because we had cloud coverage and running air conditioners all night kind of thing. We turned on the generator for like the first time to, power up batteries in 10 months. I mean, it's because it's always freaking too sunny here. So this is coming, and Aircrete Harry has been such a great inspiration of anything. He just tries any and everything, and if that doesn't work as good as this, I'm going to that. Even though my name is Aircrete Harry, I'm not aircreting as much as I used to, so, whatever. But I do need my machine. Get on that sucker, man, make it go or make it purty. Don already sent you the stuff. So this is a relationship that we're going to continue, with Aircrete Harry. And when he gets excited about this and stuff, he's like, hey, Ernie, man, got it going on. Did the document, answered your 3 questions. It's right here in print, So where can they go to get? I think Donna has that on our site. Is it available for people to go on, or do I need to add it to the archive?
Yeah, it'll be available on your site only right now. I'm still in the process of developing everything. I'm gonna, after I'm finished with the CAD designs and all the details, I'll be able to then create some actual very good AI imaging to promote the whole village concept idea, and see if we get people who are interested to invest and then we can get started on construction, because it's pretty straightforward design. The way that everything's designed, the utility tunnels are in the floor. It's like a 8-foot deep, 12-foot wide. Under the hallway tunnels where all the utilities will be, the air ducts and plumbing and pneumatic tube system and all that stuff. But I otherwise, right now everything will be on your site, because I don't have a website created yet that's gonna have everything laid out with better detailed images, actual images that I created, not just the AI images.
Yeah, no, we'd be happy to, put that up there. Of course, I'm going to, pimp this show and so on. But it's, when you say Star Trek, I really enjoyed the architecture of it. I'd probably even make it, simpler. But when Donna was looking at the hallway, like this, that goes around the main dome, you run a lot of your utilities around there. You have access panels, you do all kinds of stuff to make it much easier, and it's well lit, you got it wide enough, you got. And I go, well, this is cool, and I can make this, look, yeah, but it looks so, like spaceshipy. And I go, yeah, well, you get all your domes done, I get the hallway. Get over it, because get over it. So that's what we're going to be doing. And this is, it is, I think I got, yeah. We go to occupy. Yeah, this is the logo that we're going to put on the thing. But this is the hallway that goes around. Well, it connects here. It doesn't have, it's all open. It has doorways in there. Because this is the garage. This is the guest dome that has, a bedroom and, storage and a bathroom and a little kitchenette and so on. So that'd be self-sustaining. In fact, this is the prototype that we're building now. And then this is our master bed, master bath, and storage. And this is my studio, where we'll rebuild the studio again. And then the main, dome, and then the pool in the back, and my flying car pad, and, the entrance and so on. So we already have the pad for this. And we're doing it, man. We're building whatever. Here's, you can see one of the first prototype domes that we're doing, and, stuff, chickens. So we have, this is my root cellar. I'm doing a sphere, and that's the floor, and then this is the bottom, underneath the ground, about 17 feet, and then, and this is me down there, working it. But this is, we're doing it, just like Harry is doing it. And I was inspired by a lot of things that Harry has done. And in fact, I think you were probably the very first alternative build something else, look at this kind of guy that I did. I got on YouTube and started going on to, Life Uncontained and Wild Wonderful Off Grid and Tiny Shiny Homes and Green Dream Project and Ambition Strikes and Aircrete Harry. I think you were the first one that got me going down this road. It was in 2007. I think it was March of 2007 is when we built our first dome. So we've been doing this a while.
2017, you're saying, not 2007.
No, it was 2007 for me. I remember it was.
Okay, yeah.
No, it was when we had the Ron Paul workshop, the first one. That's when we first constructed the dome before we closed that shop, because we used the area to do it. And so we've been playing with this for a long time, and at different materials. And in just the last year, here's a good question. In just the last year, you went to Germany, you go to Europe and France and whatever, and you see these windows. I see that stuff all the time. And I go and I'm like, wow, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. There are so many new developments in materials, combinations of materials, using the, that heavy foam board, whatever, like styrofoam, but it's, denser stuff. And then they put a tile adhesive over it, and then the fiberglass mesh reinforcement, and it replaces drywall with insulation. And they build entire interiors or houses out of that stuff. In Belarus, they're going, "No, we don't need, we just do this." And they do it themselves. They can do it. I'm going to be doing a test on the inside of the dome, that you have this curved and pressed in, and then put the adhesive and then the fiberglass, and then you can put your concrete over your stucco and whatever over that. Oh yeah, and the other thing I wanted to ask you: have you experimented with whitewashing? This, God, what do they call it?
The lime
polycarbonate, biocarbonate, whatever. It's whitewashing because it breathes. That's one of the things I need on the root cellar, is that it's permeable and that it breathes out the moisture. And and it's very white and gives you a light, and it's easy to apply. Have you any experience with doing whitewash?
No, I don't have any experience with that. I imagine I will be getting a bunch because we're going to be using a lot of lime in the future. We got a supplier for the material. Somebody's, they put lime in water and they let it soak in it. It gets better to use or something. I don't really know the entire process, but part of the design with the structures, like I mentioned earlier, I was building an air exchange unit. That's also for a clean air environment. It also eliminates almost all dust in a house when you have one of these air exchange units that's constantly changing the air. So I get the whole breathability, because I discussed that with the Lavacrete, having walls that can breathe. But I'm not concerned with it because I intend to use air exchanges. So my air will, and that's another huge thing for the village. It's buried, but it's all about air for me. The village will have so much airflow that if you're in the tunnels or in your own dome, you'll feel the air blowing on you constantly. There's no stagnant air. The air was huge for me with the thing. I was concerned about moisture and air flow, having enough airflow so you didn't feel like there was any stagnant air. And you want to, mentally I'm thinking that's...
Well, a lot of underground, you got radon stuff to worry about too, so...
Yeah, so again, with all the airflow we have, there'll be no radon able to, build up anywhere because the airflow's constantly moving. That's
well, the moisture, especially when it's underground, and I have to use so much water to, get the caliche to reconstitute in this like rock stuff, that you need to bleed out that moisture, and a whitewash will allow that to happen. We used to watch a channel that did a lot of that, and it's very white. I want a light color down in there, and it's so we're going to be we're still experimenting. You and I both are changing from the beginning, change so much stuff, and we're open to that because we're looking for better. Give me better. I vote better. And Harry's always coming up with better. Do you still have a concrete pump? Is that bane of your existence? Is that thing freaking always needing cleaning, repairing, doing? Cause I'm trying to keep my equipment as simple as possible. Now, I do have a mixing bucket that goes on the front of the tractor. I'm definitely glad I got that. But, a lot of this stuff, I'm just, I don't need that hassle. I don't need that hassle. And you suggested a lot of things that made, my life easier, and different kind of clean out hoses and all that kind of stuff. But, what's the essential equipment you think people need?
It's really going to depend on what it is they want to build. I would say anyone in the southern states like Arizona or New Mexico, or even southern parts of California, where the scoria rock is available and inexpensive. If you're up north, you're going to pay for shipping, so it's going to get expensive, but maybe it would still work. But otherwise, in your area, I think anybody would be a genius to build their home from Lavacrete. It's inexpensive, it's easy to work with, it's fast to build. You can look at Tiny Shiny Home Lavacrete Workshop. You can see they had to slow down their build. They were building so fast they had to slow down because participants were coming in on other times of the week, and they would have missed the build. That's how fast they were building, and inexpensively. And it's why I'm so passionate now about the Lavacrete, especially again for those lower states that have access to the scoria rock. I'd say that's what you build. I don't care what you build, if it's a dome, a square house, round house, it doesn't matter. The lavacrete is the building. That's it. That's the video. The lavacrete is the future material to build with. That's it. It's concrete. It's easier to work with than rammed earth. It's easier to work with than traditional concrete. You have the insulated value, but the biggest thing is the ease of work. You don't need big, heavy-duty forms to fill with your concrete. These take very lightweight and easy to make forms that you build. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, we have a workshop. I just remembered. Next month, the 14th, 15th, and 16th, I have a video I'll be putting out maybe in the next day or two. There's going to be a workshop in New Mexico for lavacrete. It's a small structure we're building. And Guru Das, he and Paul Schwann may be there. We're not sure yet if they're going to.
Let me know. Keep me informed of that. We're doing some traveling in a couple of weeks here. I might, I'd like to go to one of these. Tiny Shiny is soon having a big tour. We've been there a couple of times, but they're having a tour of their place and what they did here. So it's not necessarily a workshop as much as it's a tour. And we can drive down there and, get some hands-on stuff. And you have different colors that you can do to make this. It's really pretty. And you can put designs into the wood framing, the mold, and it could have a design. I mean, you could have all kinds of stuff. And see, it's just this pumice rock. And then when you do it, this is kind of what you're talking about, the dryness. It's just like Rice Krispie packing. I mean, and but I haven't actually, and this is the utility room that they built, and they put in some glass bottles for light inside and just be cool. But they had rebar in it, but these forms, you still got to do forms. I'm just, I got to get around, you got to do forms. But you can use the plywood for other stuff. So it's kind of like hardened Aircrete granules. I mean, and the reason we did Portland, I experimented with lime a lot along with the Portland. Lime makes it stick more. It's like doing overhead stuff, and then of course it makes it, if you use pure lime, it makes it really white. And so this is them building with the lavacrete. And have you done free form with it? I mean, just kind of piling it, because I'm planning on, as I have the upper part of the dome on top of the root cellar, that I was just going to, just hand pack it, just put a bunch of, lavacrete on top of the, the skim that I got of, the concrete, just got a thin Portland kind of over it, make where you got a base, and then just put a bunch of lavacrete on it and kind of pack it by hand. I did that before in our prototype with the concrete, and it worked great. But, I don't know how this stuff works. How much do you got to pack it?
That's the beauty of it. You don't have to pack it much at all. For example, when they're building that structure in the video, they're only really packing the edges that are touching the form. They don't have to do much packing in the center. I think that was maybe a 12-inch wall they built. I don't recall. But it doesn't require a lot of packing, which is great. Because of the way I told you the mix is made, which is hydrating the aggregate first and then adding the Portland sticks to the outside of the aggregate, and that makes the aggregate stick to each other. So it's very little tamping you have to do. It's not like rammed earth where you're like packing it hard, you're hitting with this rammer. No, it's very light tamping. You can see in the video they're using like little 2x2 pieces of wood, and they're just lightly tamping it.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of it. And then once it's set, it's concrete. It's solid. It's freaking, it's literally.
Now this is something that I was really concerned with. When you do these layers, you're not like with rammed earth, you just kind of undo it and then bring it up another level. When you're doing rammed earth, this you kind of leave it, to cure, and then you take it off, and boom, it's done. It's done, done, diddy, done. But at the bottom, how was it that they were holding it? Well, they were holding it with these little wire ties that would hold the bottom of it. And then after they, and then they had a little clip that went on the top, and then they kept going up. And I go, how do they get them, pull that? Okay, it's wire, and they just cut it. Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah, I do something similar with the wire with my foundations. I'll put the stakes in, and I'll put my masonite wood. You know, you can see this in my videos. And then I'll wire tie the top of it to keep the concrete from spreading it out. You know, so I'll wire. So they're doing the same thing with the wire ties for that. And look how nice that looks. That the color and everything, it looks freaking great.
Well, you got to get, you know, different colors of it. Like they got a couple of different colors. You have the dark and the red, and you know. But I wonder if you could.
But it's
add
not
some
really.
tint.
It's not a have to. It's only if you want the look.
Yeah.
You could.
Well, what do you want to
thing.
do? You know, have you tried? You're going to try with some cement tinting. Different colors?
Yeah, I would definitely go with some tinting to, you know, play with colors, but making the whole thing just from one color and then putting a stucco coating on it would be fine too.
Yeah, so this is, you know, we're on the same page, you know, on a lot of things, and I'm looking forward to getting. You know, I need to have that Aircrete foam generator. You know, just because I probably not going to use it a whole lot, but when I want to, and I need it. So make me, you know, a super duper, and then, you know, I'll show you what I'm doing with it. But this is the prototype that we have out here for the guest house, and the root cellar is hands-on, practical, major experimentation for a lot of the techniques that we're wanting to demonstrate and make use of. We're in a unique situation to where we don't have a lot of water, but for, I don't know, several weeks out of the year, and then we got plenty of water. But we're directing that and using it to our advantage and storing it and a lot of the stuff that we're doing with that. But we're dealing with dry and we're dealing with heat. We don't have, you know, the coldness as much, except in the root cellar. We can get it down in the 70s year-round down there, which is why we're doing that. We need to do the food thing. But there are so many other applications of different materials, and I always check out Aircrete Harry because he's doing something new all the time. And that was the first question I had when I talked to him. I said, hey, man, have you heard of this LavaCrete? Oh, hell yeah, I'm way ahead of you, Ernie, you slacker. You know, so you're on it. Well, I want to hear, how long before you're starting to get hands-on, touchy-feely doing with the LavaCrete thing, you think?
Well, I have the workshop we're going to be doing next month, so that'll be the next closest date that anyone can come to the workshop. After that, it's just going to be a matter of time before the as soon as my printer is built and the slip form is made, we're really going to start using a lot of LavaCrete. So the printer the LavaCrete is a perfect material for the printer because it takes a dry mix. You know, what you saw in the video was Portland cement and sand as a dry mix. You know, like I was mentioning, it was minimum hydration. And so that's why that printing machine can tamp that material, and it cures faster and sets up, you know, a lot of old benefits. So once the machine has been built, I'll be making a bunch of videos. I'll be building structures with just LavaCrete. Everything will be LavaCrete. I might be LavaCrete Harry afterwards.
I'm looking forward to this, and we're getting close to the, I mean, it's as fast as and as much time as I can spend out there. I mean, it's 110. I mean, usually there's that. But we get a lot more done in the summer, even though it's really hot because the days are so much longer. But so we're enjoying this. You know, before you go, I wanted you to, you know, share whatever it is that you want to make sure everybody knows, and anything that we didn't cover, and what you're wanting the audience to know. And of course, go subscribe to Aircrete Harry channel just to go check them out. You can see that a lot of this kind of building, the concepts, energy, less energy, more retention energy, more generation of energy, different ways of doing it, building methods. Aircrete Harry's all over it. Yeah, I don't know if we can call him Aircrete Harry anymore. We just call him, something. Well, that's how everybody knows you. So this is, what do you want to share before you go, man?
So I wanted to touch on one thing that we spoke about earlier before we started. The geothermal energy tubing, one of the links I sent you.
Oh, yeah.
That first link was the man who grows lemons in Nebraska. That's the Kristen Durskin YouTube channel. And that was where I got all the information I felt I needed about the geothermal energy tubing. This man in his 80s has this greenhouse in Nebraska where he grows freaking lemons, right? And he sells them because he's not dealing with transportation. You're not shipping from Florida. And so this video is great. And so I bought his booklet on how to build a greenhouse. And he talks in this video about he ran 300 feet of corrugated tubing first for his house and then afterwards for the greenhouse. So his greenhouse is thriving. And he has a system that he developed. I'm not interested in reinventing the wheel. I'm interested in incorporating what he's done into my projects. So all the geothermal energy designs I do for homes are based on what he's done, proven for decades. So that's why I recommended for you a 300-foot length of trenching. It could be zigzag. It doesn't have to be straight. Depends on how big your property is. And since you have the soil you have, the perforated corrugated tubing would be great because that will allow the moisture, the humidity that builds up to wick out. And if you had that...
Humidity? What's that?
Yeah, exactly. Whatever might develop from being underground will just evaporate or leak out through the perforations in the tube. So, and if you were in an area that has a high water table, that's when you would use the solid corrugated tubing. But in your case, the perforated one is what you would use. So I would dig a trench, bury that, and then build a junction box, right, where you have that 300 feet of tube coming into that junction box. And in that box, you can have, your filters, and then you can have other points where it leaves that box. So you can have tubes going from the junction box to multiple rooms or multiple domes. But in your case right now, working and in the heat, you could literally make that your air conditioning. You can have a little 6-inch blower fan in the line, blowing that cool air directly on you. So I get, once your root cell is finished, you'll have that cool environment. But I'm saying right now while working, that could be your free air conditioning. You could have that, hopefully, ideally, 52-degree air blowing on you. You could have that tube going into your bus for air conditioning or just blowing on you as you work in the open field. So it's something I mentally thought would work great as an air conditioning, as a free air conditioning unit for you right now during your construction phase in that Arizona heat, 110-degree days. You guys are hardcore working in that heat. But besides that, I say definitely check this video out. I learned a lot from here, and I'm incorporating his designs into everything that I do and designs that I make for people. Incorporate, you can see his corrugated tubing that's buried. So this is...
Well, that's his inlet, and then it kind of goes out. This is... well, here, I'll show this. I got so many window things. All right. At 8 feet deep in the Sonoran Desert, and I'm 17 feet down on my, root cellar, the ground temperature is remarkably stable, remaining consistently between 57 and 61 year-round here in the Sonoran Desert. That's a lot colder than I thought. I thought it was in the 70s.
Yeah.
While surface and shallow soils in Phoenix experience extreme swings, often 100 degrees Fahrenheit, I wish. And because the desert sun has little to no thermal impact by the time you get 8 feet, that stays pretty stable. So I'm going, okay, so we need to have a, it goes cooling tube depth for effective passive summer cooling. Buried cooling tubes should be installed at depths of 7 to 8 feet. So we go down there. What is the temperature at 8 feet underground? I don't know. Let's find out. So it gets a lot cooler. Now, of course, it's warm down there now, but it's probably going to take a few weeks for it to equalize from the ground temperature again. But we are going to experiment with this, and I'm glad you suggested that corrugated kind of bendy black stuff. And we do have a lot of well casing that was given to us for me speaking at an event. They had hundreds of feet of 6, 8 feet, 8-inch well casing, and I'm going, okay, cool. We could use that for some stuff or experiment with whatever. And I do have the backhoe, so I can do trenching. It's just like I just got done doing a bunch. I'm like, yay, I get to do more trenching. But it is 16 inches wide. And I could just do one trench and then, kind of U it, at the end and it come back, and I could separate it a couple of feet vertically, or I could put them side by side or at a, an angle like, let me get up here, like this in the trench. Like here I got the trench, see, I gotta get over here. I got the trench that goes up to the ground level, over, down. So what would be your suggestion so I don't have to dig two 16-inch, 8-foot trenches? Do I put that black tube and then loop it around at the end of the line and go back and keep, a foot, 2 feet between the two lines? What do you think?
I would make it as simple as possible, and I would just dig a straight trench, because I know you have the land for it. Other people who don't have the land, I recommend they doing a trench around their house. Maybe they only have a 50 by 80 lot or something. And so, again, based on the information I learned from the gentleman in that video, 300 feet is the ideal length of tubing you want to be able to transfer that air. It doesn't matter if it's freezing air or burning hot air. 300 feet is the ideal length, because when you look at Michael Reynolds, he talks about a 20-foot length of tube that's 3 feet diameter sometimes for the earth ships. But according to the 80-year-old gentleman who's been doing it for decades, who's I'm going with, so I would recommend your 16-foot channel. You would have straight run, have the run coming up maybe next to a tree or something where you could kind of camouflage where your intake is, where the air coming in will come in from. So that would be 300 feet away from your junction box. Bury that and put soil, at least a foot of soil between the tubes. So the first two tubes will be, like you said, side by side. But ideally 6 corrugated tubes would be great. So you want 6 tubes, 300 feet each. Oh yeah, there they are. And then the ones they have in Home Depot, that third one has the mesh
cloth
around it, yeah, to prevent dirt from getting in there because it's perforated. So that's the one you would want to use for this job. And yeah, so 100 feet. So it's not that crazy expensive considering this is going to be your air conditioning now.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, bro.
Both the bus and for you working outside until it's enclosed, you massively save. Instead of running your generators and your AC unit on a bus, if you could get 50-degree air blowing in with a 6-inch blower, taking almost no power,
yeah, you use one cheapy solar panel I got for free, running a ducted fan for. Yeah. It's just to flow it a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it, and you'll have the airflow. Like I bought 2 ducted fans to make my air exchange unit box, and I think it was like 700 cubic feet of air moves. So like that's perfect, And then that air, like the experiment that I did on my property, I saw a 20-degree difference. I was only able to dig 2 feet before I hit rock. So I buried it 2 feet, and then I pushed 8 feet of soil on top. So I got 8 feet of depth. It's not ideal. But on a hot-ass day, I get a 20-degree difference from the air going into the tube from the air coming out. And that's, like, incredible.
One of the things that I wanted to take into, because I want to leave all these up. I'm going to be ordering some stuff because Harry said, you know, one of the things that we really learn from a lot of other, you know, research and so on, is that if you take the air intake from these to your mini split exchanger, it makes it way more energy efficient and drops, you know, like you get a 20-degree drop, you know, just the air. By doing that with these the heat exchangers on these mini splits, you get a major improvement in the energy consumption on it. And I'm going, okay, we could do. I'll take one of the ducts and put it on that too. I mean, you know, so you know what's up. So this is because a lot of the times, a lot of people don't realize when we talk to a lot of people, even over the years. Are you familiar with Paulo Soleri, Arcosanti here? He was you know, community. He's kind of intentional community guy back in. Frank Lloyd Wright was his mentor and all that kind of stuff. But let me bring this up. Arcosanti. Because what happened was, yeah, let me do images. This is building in a canyon wall, and it was, you know, you go on tours and you have a lot of these architectural students will go here to get, you know, extra credit for building whatever, and they just become, their 15 hours a week becomes 40 hours a week in the summer, and they're interns and being little slaves. But they build this, Arcosanti. It's north of Phoenix. You see how this is built, the big giant. What they would do is they'd put big pile of sand, put the rebar on it, and pour concrete on top, and then excavate the sand out. I mean, that was that simple.
Yeah.
And I went to, in North, they called it Cosanti, which is in North Scottsdale. When I first moved here in 72 as a 12-year-old kid from Florida, we went on a field trip with this, and this is what started me down this road. You know, was this. And it was called Cosanti. It was beautiful, and it was cool. It was hot outside. It's like May, and in the trench, it was just nice, cool, even temperature living. It was the coolest thing ever. But they don't have any private property. There's no owner. It's a community thing, and it's, you know, it's on land that's kind of semi-almost use lease from the BLM of guys. It's just a paperwork cluster F, man, as far as I'm concerned. But the actual buildings and stuff that they do is very, very cool. But the idea was a community, intentional living. But you can't, yeah, you have to go through all the, I mean, it's a thing. And then this is, you know, kind of the concept of what they're wanting to build. But they've been doing this for, God, 50 years. You know, and the only time they ever get any spurt in building something is when somebody dies and they're in their will. You know, so it's that kind of a collectivist thing. So, but this kind of building, very nice. And I was talking to some of the long-term residents there, and they were saying, we spend more time worrying how to stay warm than we do cool. Because the way they got it built, it gives them pretty good moderate temperatures in the summer, but they're freezing their ass off in the winter. That is one thing a lot of people don't take into account. You know, it's nighttime temperatures, I don't know, maybe 4 months out of the year during the winter months. Freeze your ass off out here. You better have some kind of heat source or regulate your temperature. So when you're using the ground and you got, you know, 50 to 70 degrees coming out of the ground to keep your, you know, and you got the big mass of the walls in your domes and so on, man, problem solved there. You get that heat thing taken care of, you're good. You don't want to be too hot, too cold, too thirsty, too hungry, too windy, too wet, too, you know, uncomfortable. You do that as a young man in your 20s. You learn to build this kind of stuff. You get a few acres. You go out in the desert. You join, Aircrete Harry's hippie commune of whatever, and you got a nice nest. Some pretty little birdie is going to want to hang out with you, and you start a family because they're looking for safety and security. And this is what this whole thing is, and whatever your perception of safety, security, comfort is. This kind of living. And that's what we're trying to demonstrate. and Harry's been a big inspiration.
Yeah.
Anything else you wanted to add to the cooling thing?
Yeah, well, I'll add to the heating part. As far as the heating, again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm inspired by a lot of Roman technology. I feel like, they were ahead of us in a lot of things, and so they had systems that they used, and
They were definitely about comfort.
and, yeah, big time, and their systems were around for 400 years, and so one of those systems that I'm incorporating for heat, with a modern twist, is the Roman hypocaust floor system. The Roman hypocaust floor system involved creating a floating floor of thermal mass. So they would usually use tiles, terracotta tiles, to build platforms. And on these platforms, they would put pavers. And then on the pavers, they would put earth. So that would be the thermal mass. And they would light fires. And that's how the bathhouses and all of the domus, the homes they had in the cities, they were all heated with this hypocaust floor heating system. So my modern twist, I have a design. I'm doing floor plans for a customer of mine in New Mexico, and they're up in the mountains. And so the heating system I'm designed has an air channel. It's almost a 2-foot wide air channel that zigzags through the floor, and there's a heat exchange unit. It's just copper tubing with a fan, and so the boiler will heat this up. This unit is in the floor, and there's a fan, and there's a closed circuit system. So this is the modern thing. I have a design for my house where I use a rocket stove to heat that, but as a safety thing, so you don't have to worry about smoke or leaking or something, I have a closed loop system that uses air exchange unit. So your boiler heats this air exchange unit. It just has copper tubes, and the fan blows hot air. So that hot air travels through the tube and slowly heats up the mass of the floor. The most efficient way to heat any space. Once that mass has been heated, it retains the heat for a long time, and it's very comfortable. So that that village you were showing that has problem heating, if they had designed the Roman hypocaust floor system in the beginning stages, that would have been the perfect solution for their heating problem for when they want some heat. So I just wanted to add to that. Otherwise, aircreteharry.com is my website where you can go for your foam generators. If you are looking to have a house built and you need floor plans done, I provide floor plans. I'll do that. I will direct you to an engineer if you're looking for a dome, any other type structures. There are many engineers for regular square structures, and everything I design, I'm incorporating all my ideas, things that I have been talking today with Ernest about, and even in the past conversations. All of these concepts I put into effect in the designs I do for people. So if you want a house designed and it's going to be lavacrete or a dome or whatever, I'm your guy, because I'm going beyond just the structure. I'm thinking about the feng shui, right? I don't normally use those words, but the energy in the house as well is important to me. And even what type of electrical wiring you're using. Are you using shielded or non-shielded? Are you going to be affected by electromagnetic field because you have your bed next to the wall and you're being bombarded? I don't want those things. I'm aware of all those things. I account for everything. So if you want an organic home that's safe to live in, structurally sound and beautiful, go to aircreteharry.com, contact me, and I'll do those designs for you. But otherwise, next month, the 14th, 15th, and 16th, we're going to have a lavacrete workshop in New Mexico. And those that information I'll be releasing soon with the next video. And I highly recommend anyone interested in building a home, come down to the workshop, because it's such an easy material to work with that you're going to see how you'll be able to build your own home inexpensively that will last generations.
Okay, now I want people to know kind of where you're at. Now I can pull up a map. Now you are near New Mexico, but in Colorado, you know, and I want to
20 minutes from New Mexico.
Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can get. That map's not going to work. But the where is it in relationship to? I don't know, Albuquerque.
Oh, it's in New Mexico. It's by what is that? Las Cruces. It's in that part of New Mexico. So southern New Mexico.
New Mexico, Las Cruces. Okay, I'm wanting to try and give people an idea because we had been there before, but I forgot. I thought it's not southern New Mexico, northern New Mexico, isn't it?
No, that's. I mean, I'm in southern Colorado, and
yeah, northern New Mexico.
The place in New Mexico is in southern New Mexico.
Oh, where you're going to have the workshop?
Yeah, where the workshop's.
Oh, okay.
And
So,
the village is going to be close to that area as well.
So this is, I'm thinking I might be available. I'll keep in touch with you because we're traveling. Next week we're going to Oklahoma for a week to help our daughter's family move. They found a place in Oklahoma they wanted to, whatever. And then we have friends in Washington State, and because it's freaking 100 billion degrees here, a chance to go visit them is good, just to see them and hang out in nice weather. And then right after that, right about that time, we're coming back. Maybe we could swing by, and go to the Aircrete thing because I'm going to be doing it. I might as well, I mean, if it's, why not?
It's definitely the future material. There's no question about it.
I'm thinking so because, this is stuff that because what I always look for, there was another channel, the guy that did the styrofoam guy. He did the Gothic arch, stuff with the styrofoam. And he started working with another guy on patenting, always creating, everybody's wanting to make money or whatever. Yeah. And with another guy to take this method and patent it or package it in some way, whatever. They were working on that, and then they had issues, and it just kind of fell apart, and it went away. And the thing that got me interested, it was like packing Rice Krispie treats. That's the best way I could put it. Is you just have it just packs, and you just like hand put it. Cool, I like that. And it was styrofoam, Aircrete, some polymer, whatever. It was a mechanism for doing that. Yeah. And then when the Aircrete thing came up, I'm going, yeah, you still have to have it in a mold. It's not like you're going to pack it in a ceiling. You got to put something to hold it, it seems like. But if you have a dome already done and you pack it from the outside, which is what we're going to be doing, I want to see how that works. And because I got the geodesic structure, that's one of the advantages that I got. By having the stamp press and doing the geodesic dome, I just, boom, dome's done. Now it's going to have a faceted look. Now what you got from us was a 3-phase. 4-phase is much more rounded. I can go 5, 6, whatever. And then you could, round it out. I mean, I can do whatever the hell I want, especially with the Aircrete. So we're going to be doing that. I'll share with you. We'll, of course, have videos on it. We're going to be doing workshop because it's so freaking hot here. Not until mid-November, it would be between Halloween and Thanksgiving. We'll have like a week that we'll, try everything, and we'll have like teams of 3 or 4 on one thing, and then another, and like every half day they all switch, so they learn a lot of the stuff that we're doing. So that's probably what's going to happen. And whatever you learn from, if I can't make it out there, the Aircrete thing, is there going to be an online, you pay your $15, you get to watch my thing of we learn something?
It'll be something. It'll be some fee. I don't know about online stuff, but yeah. The other thing I have coming up, I just remembered, is I have some experiments that I'll be performing soon that are going to be, one of them is using potato starch as a cement binder. I did some preliminary experiments, and I was pretty impressed with the binder. And if you can get the potato starch that's used for industrial stuff for paper, then you can get you get it really inexpensively. And I mean, so far I'm super impressed with the cement I made using potato starch and hydrated lime and a pinch of salt. That's the recipe. So I did a preliminary experiment. It worked. I'm going to be setting up another one soon. I was waiting to get these concrete compression test columns, forms that I can fill with the material. So after they cure, like a month or two, I'll go have compression tests done to see what kind of strength. Also, I did another preliminary test where I took some sand, right? This is a PVC cap. I covered it with aluminum foil, and then I filled it with sand, and I put a stainless steel rod in the middle. And I filled that with salt water. And with a low current, I made this thing solid. It's like stone. And so there's a good chance I could turn sand into coral using this process. So that's another experiment that I have.
Wait. I just saw something about this. It was like an ancient thing. One of the reasons they had this electricity, they were turning sand into stone. How did you come across that? Whoa, man, don't give me a drive-by on that. Go ahead and, tell me what's up.
Yeah, so there's like 2 or 3 fairly new YouTube channels with all this AI discussions, the voices and stuff. And so I was watching these videos, and they were talking about all this research that was done like in the 60s and 70s, where they were putting low current on sand, salt water, to create like barriers, So instead of bringing in all this concrete, they would just make the sand solid. And so I was curious if I could build walls that way. And so I did a preliminary experiment. I said, let me just try this on a small scale and see what happens. And I did it. I didn't have sea salt, so I took 2 different salts that I had, because you need the calcium and stuff. So I took the 2 salts I had, and I made a salt solution water and filled it up. So it was stagnant. It wasn't moving, the water. And so with a low current of 4 volts at, I think, 200 milliamps, after 7 days, the sand became solid, So basically I'm growing coral, and I'm taking sand particles, and I just need to grow enough coral to connect the sand particles. And so my experiment now, I bought these tiny little water pumps that are USB powered. So I'm trying to replicate the ocean, moving water, moving tides, instead of this stagnant. So I'll have my salt water solution pumped with this little pump into my forms that'll have the sand in it. And
so you're adding more calcium and salts and whatever.
Yeah, so I'll be doing different samples with different amounts of salt and minerals or whatever, and see what happens. And also I have different power supplies I bought, just those little plug-in adapters. I was looking for the ones that had the right voltage. So I'm trying to see because my preliminary experiment, I use my big power supply. I have all the buttons and everything. I can change the wattage and amperage. But now for the experiment, I bought these little cheap things so I could do multiple experiments at the same time. And so I'll be doing those experiments, running water through it, and it'll drain. So just to see what happens, I'll do another one where it's stagnant water with the current to see what that does.
All that Aircrete hairy stuff.
Yeah, so this here, imagine you could literally build a sandcastle on the beach and make it permanent by putting a current through it. So like these beautiful sand sculptures, these sand sculptors people make for, you could literally do that and then make it solid rock. This is already a proven technology. I'm just trying to make walls from it. The technology's been proven for stuff they do on the beach, but I haven't seen any research or any literature, on building like a 2-foot thick wall using this process. So I'm going to do the small scale, the next experiment, Yeah, that's exactly it. Sand to rock. I don't know if that's the same channel I saw, but it was one of them. And actually, there's a few methods to turning sand to rock. You know, the potato starch is one. I use old sand with potato starch. Another one is using urine. So the minerals in your urine is also supposed to make stone from sand. So these are all experiments that some of them I've already started, the preliminary ones, to see for myself if they actually work before I scale them up. And so now I've proven that they work to myself. So now I'm going to.
This process mimics how clams and mussels form hard shells naturally.
Yeah.
So you're making a shell.
Yeah, it's a seashell, because the animals use their biomagnetic field, the current their bodies produce, and the minerals in the water. And you know how hard a freaking seashells are. Imagine your house is built that way. You know, so that's my idea. I'll take the sand with the minerals and the salt water and the low current. I'll see if I can make these walls I'm imagining making. And if that works, it's just a game changer. Talk about natural organic. Obviously, it's more for warm climate areas, you know, because there's no insulation. But that's fine. I'll figure something out later.
This is why you hang out with Aircrete Harry, man. He's always doing this kind of stuff, and it's not new. See, this is one thing that's really, it's not saddening me.
Decades old technology.
Right. It's kind of pissing me off. I mean, they, them, those, and won't leave us alone are making this kind of stuff unattainable, you know, or not known or hidden or
yes,
occult.
exactly.
I mean, it's these sons of bitches, man. Because here, like they just showed, you had these beachfront houses. All they needed was a car battery and some wire, you know, and sit there and make, you know, pylons of, you know, stone beach water for nothing, build their house on, survive hurricane kind of crap. And no, wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. So I'm just like, man, these guys need Aircrete Harry take care of business for us. So this is, I did see this. As a matter of fact, we had it on Freedom's Phoenix. This is just in the last couple of weeks that I knew this. And I'm going, okay, well, that's kind of cool. But I just kind of forgot about it until you just mentioned it. And then you see that it's just with a little bit of current, some of the elements in the sand and the water and the dissolved salts, and it makes it conductive. And then all of a sudden, you're making a coral beach, you know, or a pylon or whatever.
Yeah. And the whole thing is, it's all about concrete. The reason we don't know about it is because the concrete companies make too much money on concrete to let you know that you could do it for nothing. You could literally build walls that are as strong as concrete for nothing but the amount of power it takes. You know, a solar panel hooked up to your power inverter to create the electricity, and that's it. So if it can be that simple, and I'll know within the next couple of months, because I'm going to scale up the experiment and see if it is. It's really a game changer, because there's so many ways people can save money on construction. Even if you still use concrete, there are other aspects of construction like foundations or retaining walls or a lot of things where you could save a lot of money by using cheap, inexpensive sand and salt water. It's huge. So those are the experiments I'm in the process of now of working on, and we'll be doing compression tests to all of them to see how much strength. Because in New Mexico, you could build a rammed earth house, and the minimum requirement is 300 psi strength for the walls. 300 psi is nothing. And if I can get that or more using this electric sand technique, you know, my coral walls, that would just be a massive game changer.
You know, something you could do, I'm thinking, how would you do this? It would be like you'd build your forms, you fill it with sand, and you have, whatever rebar you think you might need. You put the wire fence mesh in or whatever like that, and then you hook an alligator clip up to a 9-volt battery and leave it for a month. I mean,
that's
it's that
pretty
kind of
much
crap.
it. That's pretty much exactly it. Obviously, the 9-volt battery would die, so you want
Maybe.
a little
Maybe.
9-volt power.
What do you
inverter.
know? It's only you have no idea.
I put my tongue to enough 9-volt batteries to know.
It might be enough. So this is, well, I mean, hell, little clams don't put out that much electricity. I mean, of course, over
Exactly.
what period of time. So this is, man, there's so much. This is one thing that I get criticized a lot. They're going, two things. One, why don't you finish one project at a time? And I go, because you got to wait. Sometimes you need material, sometimes you need time, sometimes you got a deadline, sometimes the monsoon's coming, sometimes something. I mean, so you got to have a lot of parallel things so that you're always productive, stay busy, and then all of a sudden it's a year and a half later and boom, everything comes together and you're done, So there's that. The other thing is I'm not in such a big giant hurry to latch on to one particular method. And you go, well, what do you got to do? I got to do the drainage. Well, what about that? I'm not to that part yet. Well, I'm not to that part yet. I'll decide when I get to that part. The reason is because technology and Aircrete Harry's experiments, haven't been done yet. I mean, it's all of a sudden I got 3 or 4 more options to pick from. You know what? Oh, you need to do mini splits. They're a lot better than that. You need to do, you know what I need to do? I need to bury some 6-inch, 4-inch, whatever tubing in the ground, more than 8 feet. That's what I need to do. And you find out that. Then you go, how do you power? One of the things was, I have one neighbor within 5 miles. I mean, and they raise bunnies, not for eating, but for showing. His wife's just big into soft bunnies. Well, they got a bunch of bunny poop. Well, we use that, I'll take all you got. And they got big, giant, trailer loads full, over the years. So we augment our soil with that. Well, they have to keep them cool out here in the desert. How the hell do they do that? Well, he just did a cage, with the, that filter type stuff, the poly, you make cooler pads out of kind of thing. And he put in a PVC frame that was only about a 2-foot square rectangle, about 3 or 4 feet high, had this itty bitty $10, water pump thing that would pump it and drain it down, and then a little solar powered fan, and it works great. Well, I need the same kind of cheapy, it's going to freaking work thing for the battery house or my workshop kind of deal. Or, and I held off on that. Well, let's wait until I find, boom, there you go. That worked. Then we have, the underground cooling, the underground root cellar idea, doing whatever. Now we got salt water and electricity and sand, and I got plenty of sand. So I'm wondering, what kind of sand? Do I need a finer sand? We're going to be doing these kinds of experiments. Why? Because we can. Because, what else are we going to do? We're going to, take and learn from each other and do this kind of stuff. What do you do with it? Who cares? That's not the point. He wants to do his own intentional community of building and surviving the zombie apocalypse of the CME of whatever the hell, the Third World War. And I'm kind of, I just want to be left aloneism and freedom of and, be part of the community by being an ad to whatever the hell. The point is you just start doing it. The technology is there. A lot of it is old. A lot of it is ancient. A lot of it was just somebody wanted to be comfortable and I got resources and a bunch of slaves or whatever. Well, now we got tractors and, different things available that you can buy cheaply or as waste. When you get to the styrofoam thing, I mean, there's so much that can be done if we just set our minds to what's important. To keep breathing in and out, keep our bodies healthy, keep our minds clear, and not be too hungry, too cold, too hot, too thirsty, and we live a life that we can pass on to generation next of them being self-sufficient, self-sustaining, and adults that are an add to their community. All the other shit is a waste of mental effort. It is a distraction. It is they, them, those trying to suck off of your energy to serve whatever the hell it is that they want, and a promise of making it nice for, well, I haven't got the promise yet. How about just promise, leave me aloneism? How about that? You know, and let me be free to take care of it. Aircrete Harry, a great example. And I know we could go on another 4 hours and still not cover all the little nuances of everything that he's doing. And every time, you know, we got to end it, man, because it's over 4 hours. Holy shit, you know? So we always do this. But what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll get back together. And certainly if we can't make it out there after you do your LavaCrete thing, you know, make sure you take some pictures, a little video, whatever. We'll do another show and talk about that. And on about that point, I'll be at the point that I'm going to start actually, you know, getting my hands on it and doing it anyway. So this will be great, and I'm very interested in this beach sand concrete thing. They're turning the entire house into a clamshell. Imagine that. I mean, seriously.
I think any aggregate would work with it. So even like pumice stone and salt water will maybe make an insulative pumice stone wall, coral wall. I don't know, but I'm excited to try the different aggregates out with this salt seawater method.
Well, think about it. Instead of using basalt mesh, you use a copper mesh. Then you got electricity. It's going highly conductive. It creates your hardened wall and a Faraday cage at the same time.
Yeah, that's something. Again, I'm trying to keep the metal out, but for this sand wall, you do need metal because you need the conductor. But it doesn't have to be a copper mesh because that would be more expensive. You could use just a regular sacrificial steel mesh that would, because with the salt water and the electricity, it's gonna just
carbon fiber.
It's gonna eat. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know about the expense on that. I'm talking about to be able to do it inexpensively now, you could just use a regular steel wire mesh that you have to put the current onto,
right?
And the salt water will just degrade. You know, it's gonna eat through the mesh. The stainless steel drill bit I was using as my anode just got completely eaten, you know, from the salt water and the electricity. So it's something to think about. You know, I'll get all those things figured out with the experiment.
Yes, you will. I'm counting on Aircrete Harry figuring it out for me. He's been doing it for freaking, God, 15 years or something. How long have you been doing this?
10 years now.
Has it only been that long? It just seems like we've known each other longer. You know,
16.
This has been great. We got to end it, man. This is going to be, you know, it's already way too long. But people that are interested in this kind of stuff, this is the kind of information that you want to share between, you know, people and publicly and whatever you can add. You go to occupytheland.org. You can join the Telegram. You go, you know, we put everything up. We don't even really promote it. You know, I'm not, you know, pushing, you know, how many, you know, views and all that kind of crap. I don't care. We're not even at that point. Matter of fact, I just got some new DJI microphones because, you know, a friend of mine is like, you know, bad audio is a hate crime. So, you know, you know, on my case. So do that. And we got the lighting. It's just, we're so busy. You know, we just whip out the phone, do a little video there, post, yeah, done, you know, because I just don't have time. But as it cools off, and a lot of times the heat, our cameras will not last. Yeah. It'll go 10 minutes, they just shut off. You know, no matter which ones we're doing, iPhone, Android, different, you know, whatever systems that we can get. So we're working through that, but we are getting the footage for this, and we'll take a lot of this and redo audio later with, you know, package of, you know, we're doing so many things at the same time, just like Harry is, but we go, all right, the geodesic dome production, all right, the root cellar production, all right, the home build, all right, the hyper adobe bags, the plumbing, and you start taking all that stuff, and then you build in one video for that, one video for that, that's yet to come. And that'll probably be towards the end of this year. And when it starts getting cooler and we have more time and, you know, whatever. But so that's why we're recording all this stuff. But it's not just for how many clicks I can get. That's not the point. The point is for those that seek the truth. There's a truth button on your keyboard. But you got to get through the bullshit to get to where you got the Aircrete Harrys actually did it. And I saw him talking about and heard and kind of know who built a house out of it. Aircrete Harry, Ernie Hancock. I mean, just saying. So that's why this conversation's important. I really enjoyed this. And thanks for taking the time. Harry, I'm just, I know both of us are busy as hell, but if you're more interested in a New Mexico atmosphere, lifestyle, part of a community of like mind with what Aircrete Harry and his sponsors and patrons and supporters are doing with his attention to detail and how much work he puts in to these kinds of things, give him a call. Go to the Lava Crete workshop. I think of all the stuff that we've done, that's really built. Even Tiny Shiny Home, they're going, damn, we did all these Hyper Adobe bags. Wish we knew about this before.
Yep. Yep.
So this is the technology, and people are doing a lot of the hard labor now for all of us to benefit. Aircrete Harry was one of the first guys that was really inspirational as YouTube started to really take off and do this kind of stuff, and he's sponsored and sparked a whole bunch of growth in the mindset of the confidence of what can be done. And he's doing, and you're always designing some machine. You're needing, I'm like, hey man, I need the only machine I need, wherever fits on the front of my tractor. That's what I'm looking for.
You have your pump, the German pump you bought?
No, we didn't get it delivered. It was going to be 4 months.
Oh.
And it was during the supply chain. So what we did is I go, well, hell, I can do it with a Harbor Freight mixer by hand by then.
Yeah.
Which is what we did. You had 3 of us, and we just kept mixing it, and we just kept applying it, and we were done by the end of the summer. Like this.
Yeah.
Smear it on like this.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. There's nothing like handful of material, applying it one at a time to get learnified on how it works. I mean, I know my material.
There was one more thing I wanted to mention to you. I wrote it down earlier. When you were talking about the trees, you dig in the pit. I saw you're burning the trees there to make the charcoal. I did not know about this until recently, but you may already know. There's a method that's used for cloning trees, where they take we'll just say a cherry tree, and they'll strip off some of the bark, and then they put roots. They put mud or something, and they wrap
a mud
it around,
ball around it, and makes a root ball.
Plastic, and then it makes the. So when they cut it, the branch they have is ready to fruit. So you don't have to wait 3 or 5 years for a fruit tree to start fruiting. If you started from a seedling, you take the branches from existing trees, whatever fruit or whatever you want to grow, and it immediately begins bearing fruit. So you don't have to wait because I bought a cherry tree
3
years ago, and I got to wait a few years before but if I done that method, so since I know you're about to do that, I think that's the method for you. Get the trees already rooted that once they grow, they immediately start bearing fruit. So there's no waiting.
That is a good idea. I did see that. I don't know if you go to Freedom's Phoenix, but we put all that stuff up there. And I get a lot of stuff sent me, just like I'm sure you do through whatever. And, that's a good eye and did. Okay.
That's a must. That is, put that down as a must, because the idea to wait years to bear fruit of any kind, whether it's nuts or fruits or whatever, is insane. If you can grow the same year, fig trees, cherry, apple, whatever, that southern environment. From my visit in New Mexico, I had no idea there were so many orchards out there. It was like I couldn't believe how, as far as the eye can see, orchards out there, different trees. And so I'm pretty sure it's the same thing for your environment, and the setup you're doing for the trees with the charcoals. They're going to be thriving there. It's going to be awesome. So that's
the creosote, we got a warning from one of our subscribers. They were saying, you can't use the the creosote, the railroad ties as borders around your garden. You should, line it with plastic. You don't want to have the creosote mixed in with your wood chipping that you're doing. You don't want, because it's kind of, toxic to other plants, so it doesn't compete. Like there's not a lot of weeds around, creosote plants. So we looked at that, and I mean, it's not real bad, and it'll only go maybe a foot around it or something like that. But but for biochar, for making charcoal and getting the carbon in there, it works for that. And we cleared a bunch of it from the land when we did our roads and runway and all that stuff, and the sand pond and everything. So I'm just like, well, I need to do something with it, so we'll burn it. And we did that one area, and that worked really well. And I go, cool. Then we, amend the soil. We're having to bring, it's very alkaline, it's very base. It gets up to like 8 something, and 7's neutral. And for a lot of crops, you need to get down in, as low as 3 point something, 4, 5 for different things. So we're having to amend the soil with sulfur. We're having to do peat mob. So we're doing a lot of prep. A lot of people don't look and they go, well, I don't see a lot of building. There's a lot of freaking work out here. I guarantee you that, man. You want to see how much work gets your butt out here and help? I'll tell you how much work there is. So it's so a lot of it is prep and infrastructure and for planting and the dikes to back up the water to flood and saturate the soil, because it usually here just runs off. It goes to the lowest part, hits the wash, boom, it's off the land, and it only soaks down an inch or two in a monsoon. And I'm like, nope. I need to back that up for days, weeks, and then it just saturate. Well, once we do that, all of a sudden, we're going to take the drone up again and look at it and go, what the shit did you do, Ernie? Holy crap, it's like green there. What happened, Well, it was intentional. There was a plan. And what we're going to keep working on this, and I remember when we first started doing this, my wife's going, this will take years. I go, yeah, like we got something else to do. I mean, how have you enjoyed, once you moved out there and you always had something to do? You do a lot of CAD, a lot of computer stuff. You design a lot of things. Oh, that 4-point geodesic kind of, African village shade thing that you designed, you did. I had that in mind. I got a place for that. So I'll be, tapping you for that, because I never forgot that. I thought that was cool as shit. So, we'll be working on that. But how have you enjoyed it? I mean, has it been stress, peace, best thing, what?
It's been I've enjoyed it. It's been pretty peaceful, because I'm coming from New York City,
Right.
And so everything.
I don't want to go back.
Like, I laugh when people talk about traffic out here. I'm like, where? They're like, yeah, don't you see traffic? I'll show you traffic. Take an hour to go around one block in Manhattan. Like, that was insane. But I'm enjoying it. I had a little bit of stress during COVID because I couldn't get materials to finish my build. I was on a real roll when I started, and then the whole COVID, the supply thing, like, screwed everything up, screwed up the finances. So my plans got disrupted a lot, and so I wasn't able to accomplish everything I wanted to accomplish with the finances I had in the time frame that I wanted to do that. So those things, but I don't have stress because I only have to pay for food and insurance. It's not like $5,000 a year car insurance in New York and $2,000 a month. Living off grid here with solar. The cost of living is massively reduced, so there's not a lot of stress other than what I put on myself because I want to accomplish the things I want to accomplish in the time frame, like building the printer and things. So I'm not a huge stress. I'm pretty happy. I would be happier if I had better food, but that is what it is right now. The only way to change it is to change it, myself.
Yourself. One thing when we went and visited you, you initially you did, some domes, and you use kind of an egg shape. You're not kind of the hemisphere kind of thing. It's more of a vertical. You got really high ceilings, and your first one, I think it was cold when we visited you. There wasn't a lot of snow, but it was kind of, cold. But living in the dome, the openness, the high, even though it may not be very large, your initial one, but the openness of it, it just is a different mindset. You know, it just feels different. Describe that.
That's the funny thing about the domes is from the exterior, even the largest domes I've been in, they always look small from the outside. It's because the walls are curving in, you know, because it's dome. They look small from the outside, but then you get this expansive feeling when you walk into the dome. You know, like my dome that I'm living in now, since I built it, is 12 feet at the peak. So it's pretty tall ceiling for most homes. Most homes might be 10 feet at the peak. I mean, maybe 10 feet at the top. A lot. My apartment was 8.5 feet ceiling. So those are 12-foot ceilings, and the larger domes have taller ceilings. But when you walk into the dome, that immediately opens up. You don't have the ceiling over you right there. It's just all open, and energetically you feel the difference in your energy, your body's energy, the way it feels. Like when you sit and relax, like I've done a lot of work with energies, like started with my hands. Like when I do this, I can feel this pulse between my palms, and anybody who puts their hand between mine says it feels like there's a magnetic field opposing magnets. So I'm sensitive enough to energy that I feel it because I've practiced being sensitive. It's just a matter of being aware. And so I'm aware. And most people who get into these domes for any amount of time say something. They're, oh, it feels different in here. The energy feels different. That's what I always hear. So there is a whole energy thing with the domes, and that's been proven. I've actually proven that with this test device I have, the BioWell, where you're actually able to test the energy of a room or space or your own body, and we were able to see that it's affecting the human body like a pyramid would affect the human body, because it creates a vortex.
Oh, it's definitely a feeling, whether it's electrical or, you know, measurable or not, or just perception. It's different, and it's better. The only thing in domes, big domes, we have some friends that, you know, big domes we've been in, it's the acoustics. You got to be careful where you put stuff and different things, because a lot of times, you know, somebody be calling you and it sounds like they're standing behind you and they're like 30 feet across. I'm like, you got to get used to that. What the shit, man? I mean, you can't be having voices, but you do different things acoustically. You hang, you know, whatever, and it takes care of that. But, you know, it is unique, and I really am looking forward, because we're still in the bus. You know, we're still building. I mean, we've only been here, it's coming up on 2 years. You know, actually on the land, this October would be 2 years. But there was a lot of stuff. I mean, we still run the site. We do the shows. We have, you know, family and grandkids and doing and speaking at, you know, got stuff. But every time we walk out that door, there's something to do. And it's progress every day. I'm not going to be happy today until I finish this one thing. It may not be a big thing, but it's a thing. You know, let's get that thing done and that thing done. And sooner or later, you're done. How is your property now? Is you got a bunch of little things that you're working on, or have you got it all organized and cleaned up and we're on this? And because you have a nice thing. I think you have 3 shipping containers, don't you, with the roofs? You know, you got 3 shipping containers, that like 40-foot containers, and they have like I don't know, like 30 feet between them, 2 of them. So he's got plenty of workspace, and each one of those is storage. He's got his 3D printer stuff, his CNCs, and what. Aircrete Harry's got it going on, man. He can build whatever the hell he wants, and without children or grandchildren, I mean, you know, you don't have the benefit of that, but you also have the benefit of nothing's distracting me, and I can freaking get some work done. You know, so. Yeah.
That's true. So on the property, there hasn't been much we've done around changes around the property. Mrs. Aircrete, she's done some cosmetic things by taking rock and beautifying the trees by putting these rocks around it. And she finds the rocks that has the moss on it, so this green moss, so it looks really nice. And the whole driveway, like, she did a ton of work, and she's always collecting all the dead branches and everything. She's got a giant pile of firewood that she's created that we use. So as far as the property, that's the only thing that's changed a little. This year, I'm planning on building a 32-foot dome. because the domes you saw built for the workshops, they're all being used for storage. What one of the domes, we have 5 16-foot domes built to the side, not aside from the 16-foot dome we're living in.
These are not the 16-foot domes like we do. They're higher. They have like a 12-foot ceiling, while ours is kind of more round. His is a lot higher. So it
Yeah,
gives
we put a stem wall on it. So it's a 16-foot hemispherical dome, which would be 8 feet to the peak, but with a 4-foot stem wall gives us 12 feet to the peak. And so by doing that, having the 4-foot stem wall gives you enough straight wall that you could put regular traditional furniture against the wall and not lose a lot of space because of the curvature coming in too early. So those domes that are built are mainly storage. One we call the food dome. We got a bunch of 27-gallon tote bins in there and just a ton of food that, we stored up, rice, beans, all kinds of food, and also food for the chickens. Then another dome just has storage, boxes and storage. Another dome is our chicken coop dome. I moved them from the old chicken coop because we got more chickens and ducks. So now they're all in one 16-foot dome. Another dome is our kitchen dome that needs to be finished. And then another dome is our microgreen dome where I'm growing. I have racks of microgreens that I grow for the chickens and for us to eat as well. But they're mainly for the chickens. So I substitute a lot of the chicken food with black oil sunflower seeds that I sprout to pretty big microgreens, a lot of vegetation. And I give them that and they go nuts over it. And now, next week, I'm building my first black soldier fly larvae bin from the 27-gallon tote. I'm doing a simple design because I have my own design. I want to build in the future is a little more elaborate for winter and summer. But I'm going to do my basic one that I can put in there now so the chickens can get some high protein black soldier fly larvae for free, because once you set it up right, they'll just continually reproduce. And that's a huge, probably one of the most important insects to raise on your property for anything, because my plan now is for the chickens. In the future it'll be the chickens, the dogs, the fish. We're gonna have aquaponics, so they'll have high protein larvae to eat, and so we'll be eating the fish.
Do you supplement with oyster shells too a little bit?
No, I don't do that. I just the egg shells will crush up and mix into the food for the chickens.
I'll do it.
So,
the one thing, the black soldier fly thing, just so people kind of understand, if you take I'm sure Aircrete Harry's going to get elaborate, but basically, you take a 5-gallon bucket and you put some decomposition. A lot of times it's dead stuff, so you got to get it in a place to where you're not smelling the dead all the time. But you have, and it's a maggot thing, So the black soldier flies have these larvae that go up at a certain angle. If you angle it just right, they'll go till they hit the top, and then they just drop off into a pan, and the chicken, it's like an automatic vending machine for chickens, And but you have to put organic, dead flesh, kind of scraps of something. And what else do you put in to get it to do that, or you just kind of vent the smell, or you put up with it, or what?
It's not too dissimilar from a composting toilet. A little bit of sawdust kills the smell. So with the black soldier fly larvae bins, basically you put sawdust on the base, you put some food waste, anything, vegetables, peels, skin, all the waste you would have, maybe even just preparing food. You might throw away the pepper caps and all that. Everything food related, even some cardboard. Try not to do too much with glues and things, but you put all that in the bin, and the larvae eat all that, and that's actually another great way for making soil for your property. What the larvae create, as well as worms. If you did worms and larvae, you could get a lot of rich soil that you can use for everywhere. But they'll decompose decompose everything. They'll eat the wood, they'll eat all the vegetables, the food scraps. Sawdust on there keeps any strong smells, but you got to have the right amount of moisture in there. You can't have too much moisture. You got to be very careful of the moisture. That's really the biggest concern when doing that, is the moisture and also the heat, because all the composting creates heat. So you want to be careful, not too much heat from composting, and definitely not too much moisture from water, because then it'll suffocate the larvae. They need the oxygen. And so they'll eat that. The larvae grow to a certain point where they stop eating, and then that's when they're about to molt. And just before that point, like Ernest says, they look for an angle. And so when building these bins, you always put these pipes in at an angle, so that once they grow to a certain size, they look for that, and then they automatically crawl up, and they'll crawl up the pipe you put there, and it'll drop into whatever you want it to drop into. In my case, I'll just have it drop into the chicken coop. Any chicken laying standing around can pick it up, but you can have it drop into a container that you take and feed, or you can take that container and dry. You could put them in boiling water to kill them and sterilize them, and then dry them in the sun, and then make a feed. Grind it up, make a feed for your fish tank. For your whatever. But it's a high protein food source. Dogs like it. I don't know about cats. Dogs go nuts over the larvae, the dried or the fresh living ones. And when the larvae turns into the fly, the black fly, the flies don't sting, they don't bite. They're completely harmless to everyone and anything, and they only live a few days, and their only purpose is to lay more eggs. So it's the perfect insect to raise for a food source.
Yeah, no, I was really impressed with it, and people had done it, but they were, it was dead stuff. A dead chick it goes in the soldier larvae thing. It goes, so I'm like, man, if you can bring that smell down, man, that's better. So sawdust. Thank you. We're almost 5 hours, man.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Aircrete Harry. AircreteHarry.com. Thanks for coming on. We got to say goodbye. I got to get out there and do some work today, But I'm glad, we had a Trump report. We have Dr. Frank Tamburi. The reason we didn't do that today is because Savarda, his wife, has appendicitis, and he had to take her to the hospital this morning. So we'll, positive waves for that one, But I'm sure it should be okay. And this gave us an opportunity for us to get, long time coming. We did this before with Aircrete Harry, and it always goes long because we got so much to do. But you can see there's a lot of things to update on, his experiments, us finishing projects, different things going on that we could do here in the next not too long, couple of months. It starts getting not so freaking hot. We'll have a whole nother wave of stuff to work on. So Aircrete Harry, thanks for coming on, man. It's always great to talk to you. You're a big inspiration to me and mine, and I appreciate you, man.
It's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me on, and it's always fun. That's why it always goes so long, because we're just sitting here having fun.
Yeah, there's so much stuff. I wish that we could come up, and I was motivated to, come visit with you, to see all the stuff that you're doing. And he's going to be making me that foam generator, boom, 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 boom. So, yeah, as soon as you can get it to me, I'm going to be using it here directly, so don't take a vacation. I mean,
Got it. It'll be coming soon.
All right. Thanks, Harry.
All right.
Peace, brother.
Bye-bye.